Test 1, 2. Bonsoir. Bienvenue.
Good evening and welcome to PAINtalks 2020. I am Carmen Edith Belair Rodriguez, Director of PAINtalks, and I've been doing so since December 2018. After 2019, we asked our participants to share their suggestion and point of view in order to improve this edition. One of the comments that was raised is that people would have loved to hear more about the story, the history rather, of Pain Talks. I'll take a little bit more time this year to tell you a little bit more about this. So the Pain Talks, it's not just an event that lasts one evening. No, it's not just for here and now. It's a whole project that's dear to our heart and for which a lot of people are engaged and get involved as volunteers. Again, we want to pass this torch, this spirit, in order to improve it and keep it unique and make it even better. But what is Pain Talks? As you know it, most of you know this. This is an evening, a friendly evening, conferences for everyone on pain. The goal is to really create a communication bridge between the research world, the academic circles, decision makers, academia, and of course, the greater public, including people that suffer from chronic pain, their family, their helpers, and so on, those that support them, that live near them. We want to break barriers and isolation. We want to enable people to have a direct communication and so create a bridge between all these worlds. We want to share the last breakthroughs on pain, but we want to make sure that we raise awareness about chronic pain with people. We don't want to just give you information. We want to talk about controversy, address taboos. We want to waken people up and we want people to talk about this. Do not hesitate then throughout the evening. Do not hesitate to share your questions, your thoughts on the presentations that are upcoming or the ones that have just been posted. And then we'll try to answer as best as we can. For those living in Sherbrooke only, we'll try to come up with live answers. So right on YouTube, you have comments, and then or on Facebook, we will choose a few questions, maybe not all of them. Unfortunately, when it's relevant, I'll be on stage and I'll ask questions, and I'll repeat the questions, and we'll have the expert, the speaker, answer those questions to the best of their knowledge. We want this to be an interactive session. Do not hesitate to talk about this tonight. Take some time to lead the way and also entertain those topics for discussion with your friends around you. Pain Talks, it's an initiative of the RQECD. This is a network of researchers. It's linked with the RQRD. It's our senior group and we're autonomous, and the RQRD is always there to support us and we'd like to thank them. Thank you so much. We are a big team. This event was created at the beginning in 2015 to gather researchers and the student researchers working on pain throughout Quebec. And so this at the beginning was an event which was scientific. Its goal was to improve communication within the field of research in and of itself. In 2017, there was a first collaboration that was implemented with the Quebec Association of Chronic Pain, the AQDC. This was very simple. At the beginning, somebody from AQDC was invited, and they shared their story during the Pain Talks. This was appreciated, loved by all, and the person herself was really feeling that she was heard, and so she could exchange with researchers, enter into discussions. Researchers, in turn, they liked the fact that they could have access to the reality as faced by somebody suffering from chronic pain. They were able to adjust their understanding better, and so they could customize their research project, which has an impact on the clinical studies. And so, since that time, there's always one person living with chronic pain that comes to the Pain Talk sessions. And tonight we have somebody on the podium also. It's in 2018, the third edition of Pain Talks, that the event at the time was led by Martine Bordelot and Francis Houde. That's when this event shifted significantly. They've worked extremely hard to bring Pain Talks to a much higher level. This is an event which at the time became open to the public, and this was a web broadcast on the web, live, and so on. And they worked in collaboration with Denis François Gravel, co-founder of TEDx Quebec, and also co-founder of Présentabilité. And they worked together to train all the presenters so that they comply with the TED Talk standards. I don't know if you know about the TED conferences, and go see that. It's really interesting. So even if most speakers are really great already, these trainings enabled people to get captivating, fantastic presentations accessible to all, which means that there's content for everyone. You can learn new things during the whole evening, or you can thus generate new ideas. For those of you that, if you're experts in the field of pain, for example, you can learn even then. And so we are a big team. Thanks to you, Pain Talks is growing year after year. So from 2019 to 2020, things have grown exponentially so that we have reached this level this year for Pain Talks. We have a numerous team. Our team is comprised of so many people who are volunteers. They've worked like crazy to offer you this high quality event. I'd like to thank, again, a big thank you to all the members of the board of directors of the RQECD, Madeleine, Justine, Dom Daniel, Marie-Pierre, Joanna, Alice, Catherine, Mathieu, and Christian. Mathieu, and I mean, for the Pain Talks committee also, and also comprising that, Annika, Sayed, Christian, Monica, Christophe, Nathan, and Annika. Thank you all. We were many people this year. This was necessary, which means that we have great results now because of you. I don't want to stress necessarily the difficult times that we're facing today, but I want to share with you the fact that the team has worked extremely hard to implement very strict protocols to meet with the sanitary guidelines. We did more than requested in order to mitigate the transmission risks. So we're mitigating risks. The event will be different because of that, but it will be an interesting event nonetheless. I want to stress that because this event tonight is available thanks to the collaboration of so many people. They were flexible, they were available, team members, partners, speakers, they were all very flexible, and they really, really followed our guidelines, complied with our very strict protocols. Thank you. Thank you to all of you. We also have a lot of partners and external collaborators. So briefly, we've been working very closely with EQDC, the Chronic Pain Quebec Association, but also with l'Association de soutien d'information face à l'au-delà, ACID. And so these two associations are extremely important for us, and they play a key role uh, many times during the year for decision making, for consultation purposes, and other purposes also. And we already have new projects which are in the works for next year. This is planned with new partners, new pain networks. But I'm not going to tell you more about this. But wait, there's more. We'll have some surprises. We want to focus on the 2020 edition for now, this evening. We also work with research and academic circles and networks. I'll name two: the Canadian Association of Pain, Canadian Pain Society, the North American School of Pain School, and, which is new this year, the European Pain School. So, as I said, I cannot name everyone, those that we've been working with. This is a long list. We'll share a few, though, during the evening. What's important is to know that a lot of people are extremely motivated. They're working extremely hard with a lot of motivation for Pain Talks. This is important for all of you working. It's important to be able to give back to society, to contribute. If you have chronic pain, it's very important for you to know that we're working for you and with you. it's important for these people to know that they're not alone. They're not alone in spite of isolation, in spite of the difficulty in having access to treatment for some. You're not alone. And again, you are quite numerous tonight attending this event tonight online. And so virtually, we have more than 1,200 participants, attendees, and the list is growing and growing endlessly. Thank you to all of you. It's through the interest of the population, seeing the scope, the magnitude of that interest, that we can further this initiative, because we see that this is really important for a lot of people. We can greet attendees from all the regions of Quebec. I cannot name all those cities and regions for Quebec. We cover the whole province. There's a lot of regions comprising this event. So thank you so much. We'd like to thank the people from outside of Quebec. We'd like to again greet people from Ontario, Terre-Neuve, Newfoundland, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Calgary, Manitoba, and all the other people from the rest of Canada. Maybe I'm missing a few here, but we would like to thank all the attendees from the rest of North America. Thank you, or Americas, Brazil, Argentina, Ecuador, Puerto Rico, Mexico, and the United States. Thank you to all of you who registered to this event. And thank you to our friends from overseas, in spite of the difference in time zone. Thank you to the French people, from the people from in Switzerland, quite numerous, Spain, Italy, Belgium, Germany, Denmark, Ethiopia, Denmark, Polonia, Tunisia, Algeria, Iran, Russia, Australia, and Japan. People from all these places, thank you so much. This really warms our heart to know that there's such high interest, and it's from across the world. I hope you feel comfy at home. You're in a comfortable chair, maybe seated there, that you've prepared some popcorn or some sweets if you like them, and that you're in good company if possible for the rest. We try to improve from one year to another. We hope you will like this evening. Please look at your emails, because we'll share a survey a few days after the event. We'll ask you for your suggestions, your feedback, in order to be able to improve in view of next year. Again, without further ado, let's now open the mic to the main people for tonight, our conference speakers, our speakers who are devoted to our cause, and our MC, who will be your host starting almost right now. And so, with 15 CDs and more than 30 years of career, he's one of the big names of the country musical industry in Quebec. She, because it's a she has garnered the award for the most sold Canadian album in 2019. This is a prize from the Canadian Music Albums. 3764 Elvis Presley Boulevard is the name of her CD. She's also the host of Tout Simplement Country, a show which second season will be prepared and will be ready in 2021. Remain in the lookout. She has written the book La Ligne Droite, The Straight Line, an autobiography in 2018, where she talks about her fight against fibromyalgia, amongst things. We'd like to thank warmly this person for her generosity. She's contributed to disseminate information about PAINtalks on social media. Thank you for being here, of course. Without further ado, here she comes, and would like to thank her, Guylaine Tanguay. Thank you so much for being here. Good evening. I love this energy. This starts things well. What a great evening. Usually we singers start with some applause, but with her beautiful voice, Carmen has such beautiful energy. It starts things on a right foot as well. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for being with us this evening. Thank you for answering my call, that I made on Facebook, because one day I was asked to be the host of this evening to create relationships between the different speakers for PAINtalks. First of all, I didn't even know what PAINtalks was, so I got some information on that, but before getting that information, I immediately said yes. I said yes because even though I didn't know what I was embarking on, I knew that this was led by formidable people that are filled with energy to such an extent that we just want to help and support and give a hand. And again, I was told that this was about chronic pain, and I said, okay, this may be the time to feel useful. I often repeat that in life, nothing happens out of coincidence. There's no coincidence. And I've learned, I was 40 years old, a little bit older than that, but I learned that I suffered from fibromyalgia. It started because I had pain pretty much everywhere across my body. I had some recurring pain, but there was also a chronic pain that was always there. I was never able to get rid of some pain in my body. And I said, maybe it's because I'm fatigued. I work a lot. I have an intense daughter. You'll see this in my hands. I always have my hands up in the air. I'm ready to do things. I want to welcome people, prepare receptions, and so on. I always like to do many things. And then I wondered, maybe I am demanding too much from my body, and that's the final outcome of all of that. Stop doing so many things and rest a bit. So I've tried all sorts of alternative routes, which were easy to do. But at the time, we had some young girls at the house. So I was quite active, and I saw that even though I was resting or not, this didn't change anything at all. So I've consulted with a doctor, and he talked to me, and he tried everything. He tried the tests and everything, the severe illness tests. We were eliminating all those possibilities one after the other. I was extremely happy because we started with the most severe disease, and so I had nothing. And so I said, okay, great. But then, what do I have, doctor? I said. And the doctor said, have you ever heard about fibromyalgia? I said, yes, because my mother suffers from it. So I know what it is, but I haven't really read about that. I just want to let you know that some people love discovering about illnesses and on the web and so on. As far as I'm concerned, it's not me that, because I feel that if I want to know too much about an illness, that I may contract it. That's how I feel. So I don't want to look at that. And so I read about fibromyalgia, and so I realized that I had a lot of common things in common with that disease. And so, unfortunately, so as many of you at home, I've tried all sorts of medication and drugs, alternative medications and so on. But the medication did not work for me very well because I suffered from all sorts of side effects that were written on my list. I had them multiplied by 10, and this made me a little bit sicker, more ill than before. So I decided to forget about medication and just to live my life, my ordinary life. My life is not that ordinary. I'm quite an active person, but this was about me, my life. I decided to live my life, period. So what about the effects of medication? I gained a lot of weight. I was almost like the Buchu dolls. I was swelling from everywhere. This was very hard for me. I could not live a normal life, so I had a lot of swelling on the legs and so on. And then I made a decision, but I'm going to ask the question later, have I made the right decision? Anyway, this is too late. I decided to go cold turkey, and I cut the medication, and this medication that we can find in the pharmacies and so on, tablet, shelf on the shelf. So I'm trying to get some control over the pain. And the pains are a little bit more difficult. I'm 48 years of age. I'm not saying I'm old. I'm semi-young or semi-old, see it the way you want. But I'm growing older, and I'm realizing that the pain is more intense. I've discovered also that there are some like painful crises. And so I've discovered many information about fibromyalgia. And to be honest, I don't even know if this is in link with this. I don't know because it seems that nobody knows anything about that. Those that I've asked the question don't even know about this. But for all these reasons, I've decided, when they called me the first time, I've decided, uh, well, they're younger than me. They called me Madame Tanguay. So they asked me, do you want to be an MC for our beautiful evening? This is about Pain Talks. And I said immediately yes. When I was offered the opportunity, I said yes because I learned that I was suffering from fibromyalgia. The first time I learned about it, I was quite angry, mad, and I wondered why me. I was taking care of myself. I never smoke in my life. I eat pretty well. Maybe not when I'm doing those road shows, but anyway, this is part of life. But I've suffered some stress, but like anybody else, no, not more than anybody else. So I wondered why, what did I do to deserve that? And then I realized that I hadn't done anything more or less than another person that doesn't suffer from chronic pain. So I want to know, where does this come from? Maybe tonight I'll know more about this and I'll be able to say, okay, I think now that I know where it comes from. For all these reasons, and as I was telling you at the very beginning of this evening, I was saying that in life, if you get something, it's because it's a lesson. Anything that happens to you is a lesson. So if I suffer from fibromyalgia, I thought then it means I must make it useful. I have to use that and talk about people, and then I have to tell people to talk about it because it's a dormant type of disease, sleeping or hypocritical type of disease. I like to call it like that because it doesn't look like it. You look at me right now and you say, I don't think she's ill. I'm not ill. I just suffer from some pain, and that's not the same thing. Every day, I don't need to be medicated officially, quote unquote, because I've decided not to do so. But I can tell you that every day of my life, I am suffering in many different ways, and I suffer sometimes more, sometimes less. But if right now I tell you where I'm suffering or where I'm not suffering, this could be longer because um, it's as if my whole body is burning and I have that pain pretty much across my body and I'm discovering new things. It's like I'm suffering from some surge of pain all of a sudden, like a crisis. And then I was wondering, I'll have a lot of questions so they won't leave the room before Christmas because I have so many questions for the speakers that are about to come on the stage. So when I come up with all these things, I feel strange because it's as if I can't tell you anything concrete about me. I can't tell you, look at my arm, it's broken here, there, repair it, fix it, please. I can't say that. I cannot finger point at something precise with minutia. Last week at 48, I had a family physician. It's about time. And they called me. They said you were on a waiting list. Now you have an appointment with a doctor. This was a family physician. And I told this doctor, my main problem, I'm not ill. I'm in great shape. I have a lot of energy and I'm in great shape, but I suffer from fibromyalgia. And so I was giving 2 or 3 fast questions. And the doctor said, I don't believe that you suffer from that. That's not it. And then I wondered, one doctor says yes that I have it, the other says no. How can you say that I don't suffer from that after 2 superficial questions when, all I can say is yes or no following that question? Fibromyalgia, it's not yes, it's not no, it's not here, it's not there, it's pretty much everywhere. It's across many dimensions and it's blurry at the same time, not precise. I'm talking a lot about myself because I'm having the mic and because I have to talk to you right now. I mean, this is like a welcome speech, maybe a little bit too intense, might I say, but this is a Pain Talks evening, so let's talk about it. But I know that at home you are many of you have joined us because you also suffer from chronic pain and you've suffered also from different things and you have a long, very long list of questions that have remained without any answer. Since the beginning, I since the beginning of the Pain Talk sessions, I've received a lot of communications and information about Pain Talks on my Facebook page. I receive a lot of comments. People say, I registered. I'm looking forward to seeing information. I suffer from this and that disease, so I have tons of questions. So we are telling you tonight, you can ask your questions and we'll try to answer. But the only thing I want to do tonight, and I'm extremely sincere, I don't want necessarily to answer all your questions, but I would like to at least shed some light throughout the evening tonight so that when we suffer from chronic pain, we live in obscurity, in darkness. We have all sorts of heavy clouds on top of our head, and we try to put it aside. I'm a positive girl. I try to discard that and put all these things behind myself. Fibromyalgia is not my priority. I'm talking about this because we're here for that, but this is not my priority. I never talk about that. I talk about positive things happening to me in my life. But tonight, what I want as an outcome is I want some light to remain. We need light. I wish you were here, of course, but with the pandemic situation, we cannot do that. We want to see light at the end of the tunnel, and that's what I hope for you, that you get some light at the end of the tunnel. We have extraordinary speakers, women, men, speakers that will come here on the stage and they will speak in a way that it's clear so you'll understand. Because in life, sometimes people tell you all sorts of things, but then you don't even know what they talked about. But tonight you will understand, tonight will be clear, and I hope that they will understand also our reality and that they will be able to answer our questions. I'm repeating myself again, but I'm extremely happy to join you tonight to spend this time tonight. I hope you're comfortably seated. And Carmen was saying earlier, I hope you are you have your popcorn with you, and so I'm a little bit older, so maybe if you have a glass of wine, that's okay. Why not? You're at home, you can relax, you can drink a little glass of wine. You're not driving anyway. So I hope that you will appreciate this, that you'll like the event. As for me, it started. I'm already having fun. It's strange because I'm trembling a little bit. My hands are trembling because I'm extremely happy to be here. I'm a little bit nervous because this is a topic that I'm not aware of every day in the sense that we have specialists here that will speak one after the other. And this doesn't happen in my life normally, so I'm totally motivated and excited because I'm looking forward to hearing them. If I want to hear them, listen to them, I have to stop speaking. I have to leave the mic here. As is the case in a conference or at an event, there are official messages to share. So I have a little index card with me, and I will talk about a few things which are more specific. And after that, we'll talk about non-serious things. I don't want to say things that are too serious. Let's talk about beautiful things instead of grave, difficult things. So I'm extremely happy to be part of this fifth edition. This is extraordinary. This is fantastic. Of course, you can listen this conference in French or in English. This is a bilingual event, and you have noticed definitely that you were asked $0 for this evening. This is for free, and this is extremely rare. On top of that, this beautiful Team Talks has won the Force Avenir Award for the Société Communication and Éducation category. This evening we have 13 speakers, women and men from everywhere, clinicians, scientists, people also that live with chronic pain, and they will tell us about different topics. Of course, they will talk about pain. Obviously, they've all received services from Denis François Graval, founder of Présentabilité and co-founder of TEDx Quebec, sorry, so that the communications be made clearer for all. That's what I was saying. They will speak our own lingo, and that's why I thought this was interesting, and that's why PAINtalks is extremely interesting. We have simultaneous interpretation, so presentations can be listened in English and French. They are translated. To hear the original source language, you can alternate between the English and French link. The program is available on the platforms where the presentation language is clarified, mentioned. I'd like to thank Keleni for the translation and Costa Audiovisuals for the broadcasting. Tonight we have a uh, small award tonight, a competition. This is quite stimulating. You'll be able to attend this because from home you'll be able to vote. This is for the best presentation, right? Okay. If we talk about the best, it means that the other ones are bad. That's not what we mean, of course. We want to know what moved you the most, what really has shaken you most in the evening. So you'll be able to vote for that. But after the presentation, you'll be able to decide what's the most moving moment. This is a competition for the RQECD members. 50 candidates will be able to be winners. The great winner, the number one, um, uh, the top prize will go to the European Pain School. And so the attendees, it's you. You'll be able to vote. Listen to everything, and at the very end, you can vote and you'll give some scores. This is amazing. So you'll listen even better because of that. I'd like to thank the production teams, Vimetri, Sherbrooke, Bouquet Production from Montreal, and KM4 Productions, Toronto. And also a warm thank you to our partners also. I think they're here. I don't want to name them all, but please read them very carefully. Of course, without our sponsors, we couldn't hold this event tonight. We wouldn't have this evening. It's for free. I'd like to stress that, and it's of high quality. Thank you all. You are extraordinary. And we have a special mention also, and we have drum roll. We have no drums here, but do the drums at home. PAINtalks 2020 is supported by the dialogue support from the Fonds de Recherche du Québec, the Quebec Research Funds, and the dissemination and planning support from the Research Institutes of Health from Canada. So these are all beautiful things that I've just mentioned like that. I'm throwing these things at you. Thank God I have my index card. Otherwise, I would have been able to remember this. So let's start things on the right footing. Where, I mean, you can have a glass of wine, of course. You can just get comfy. And so first of all, analgésie placebo. Placebo analgesia, the path to pain relief lies within. Chulmin Cho is a researcher. He's a postdoctoral researcher at the U of T, where his research is about learning and memory in the varied contexts of chronic pain. He is a representative from LANAPS. This is the North American School of Pain. And he was also chosen amongst many people. This is a special competition where only the NAPS participants since 2016 could apply. And he won the award. A lot of applicants from Canada and the United States, and he was the top winner. Hats off. The topic of his conference, it's placebo analgesia and the link with learning and memory. I'd like to invite you to listen with a lot of fun, and we'll start the evening with the first presentation from Chulmin Cho, placebo analgesia.
In this hand, I have a bottle of pills. Here, in my other hand, I have another bottle of pills. Now, these ones in this hand, they are the regular pain medicine that you would take whenever you're feeling sick or in pain. These ones in my other hand, they look the same, they smell the same, and they might even taste the same, but these are just plain sugar pills. They do not have any medicinal value. What if I were to tell you that these sugar pills can grant you the same pain relief? Would you believe me? I'll come back to these at the end. Do you remember that time as a child at the playground, you're running around with your friends and siblings, and you tripped, you fell, and you scraped your knee? How about that time you went for a hike, and you misstepped and you sprained your ankle? The chances are, as you're jogging your memory, you may not remember the exact date and time that you scraped your knee or sprained your ankle, but I bet that you remember just exactly how much it hurt. You remember the pain. And the fact that you remember the pain means that whether you know it or not, you and I are constantly learning about each and every pain experiences that it leads to the formation of pain memories. Now, this pain memory, usually it's a great thing to have. It's there to protect you, and it's there to remind you to be more careful and mindful. But when something goes wrong, when something goes off track during this learning process, then that pain memory no longer serves a protective role, but instead it becomes the villain, there to inflict more pain for longer duration. This is chronic pain, and at the moment there is no cure for it. So how can we combat chronic pain? Well, if chronic pain is in fact in part a malformed pain memory, then as with any other memories, we can change it again by using learning. And a perfect showcase that demonstrates that we can use learning to change pain experiences for better is the placebo effect, known as placebo analgesia in the field of pain. Placebo analgesia describes a phenomenon where a sugar pill or a treatment without any medicinal value can lead to pain relief. So you may be thinking, that's all great, but what does placebo have to do with learning and memory? Well, it turns out that learning is a key ingredient for triggering placebo analgesia, and we can find evidence for this in our day-to-day lives. From the moment that you and I are born, whenever we get sick or hurt, we go see a physician who would prescribe an appropriate medicine or treatment, and most of the time, as a result, we get better. Now, the cycle of get sick, get medicine, get better repeats and repeats, that by repetition without our awareness, we get conditioned, which is a type of learning, to associate medicine with pain relief. And research has shown that people can be conditioned by repetition to experience pain relief via placebo analgesia. Brain imaging studies further show that this placebo analgesia is driven by real changes inside the brain. So if we can somehow figure out a map, so to speak, in our brain that leads to placebo analgesia, then we can potentially harness the self-healing power of placebo for therapeutic purposes. But there is only so much we can do with brain imaging studies alone. We need to dig deeper. We need an animal model. So in our lab, we asked the question, can we trigger placebo analgesia in mice using the power of conditioning? To test this, we took a group of mice who had nerve injury to mimic the people who were suffering from chronic nerve pain. And these mice were placed inside a designated room, and they were given a single dose of morphine, which led the mice to display signs of pain relief. The next day, the same group of mice were placed back inside the same room, and they were given another dose of morphine. This process was repeated for 4 days, and by repetition, the mice were conditioned to associate the context, which is the room that they're placed in, with the pain relief that follows. So after 4 days of conditioning, the same group of mice were placed back inside the same room, but instead of giving them morphine this time, we gave them saline, which is just a salt solution, therefore a placebo. So here is a graph representing the changes in the pain behavior of the mice after the 4 days of conditioning. When the mice receive morphine again, as indicated by the orange line, these mice display signs of pain relief. So what happens when these mice receive placebo? Well, what happened was that these mice still seem to display signs of pain relief comparable to that of morphine, indicative of the presence of placebo analgesia. And we are now taking this model of placebo analgesia, and we're trying to figure out a map inside the brain that leads to it by taking detailed measurements throughout the brain with respect to changes in the neural activity, as demonstrated by those brown dots. So while the search for the map is going on, one of the more immediate applications of placebo is as a dose extender. And what I mean by that is placebos can be mixed in with currently available pain medicines to prolong their pain relieving effects while delaying the onset of any associated side effects. And this is especially true in the case of the opioids. So one of the major side effects of an opioid is the buildup of tolerance, which means that the more and more you take an opioid, the stronger and stronger version of it you would need in order to achieve the same level of pain relief. And placebo has the potential to be used as a dose extender to delay the onset of tolerance. In order to test this, we return to our mouse model. So when the mice are placed inside a room and when they're given a daily dose of morphine, it takes about 9 days before morphine loses its pain relieving effects. But just by introducing 3 alternating sessions of placebos as indicated by the red arrows, we were able to prolong the pain relieving effects of morphine by 5 more days, highlighting the potential use of placebo as a dose extender. But this remains to be tested in people. So now circling back to the bottle of pills. The next time you're about to take your pain medicine, perhaps consider the place that you're in and also the time of the day that you're taking them, because your pain medicine is more than just a pill. It is the entire context. Thank you.
Wow, c'est intéressant ça, hein? J'aurais jamais.
So quite interesting. I had never thought that I would live through this tonight. It's very fascinating. At home, you can applaud. So thank you so much. It's a very good start. So, fighting against an invisible enemy. When stress, pain, and pandemic do meet. That's quite interesting. So she's clinician and psychologist at the Center of Research of the University of Montreal since 2018. She's been a research junior 1 of Fund of Research Santé. She's interested mainly in the determination of transition of acute pain, influence bidirectional between stress and pain, and impact of comorbidity and mental comorbidity on the experience of pain. So obviously that's the topic of the day: pandemic, stress, and now chronic pain. So COVID-19, the main issue in 2020, the relationship between COVID-19 and chronic pain. That is what we will be hearing about tonight. So just like COVID-19, chronic pain is a high source of stress, obviously. Indeed, pain is very imprevisible, it's brand new, and it threatens our ego, and we very often don't know what will happen, so we kind of lose control. Hence, it triggers the philosophical aspect, response of the body. So we want to explore here the relationship between stress and pain during COVID-19 pandemic. So we are very eager to hear about this. So I give the floor to Professor Gabriel Paget. So are you among those who went to Costco to pick up 5 packages of toilet paper rolls at the beginning of the pandemic in Quebec? That is correct. You don't have to be embarrassed. In fact, you can blame the stress response for that. But you know, I've been asking myself all along this question, why toilet paper? Whenever there is a new threat or a pandemic, you go to the grocery store to pick up some water or food. It would make more sense. But when we are in front of a new threat and the person in front of us puts 5 packs of toilet paper in front of you, you may wonder, well, it's because you're gonna miss, and then from then on it snowballs. So in fact, you can blame the stress response. Your brain detects a threat, then it tries to reduce the threat. So you may wonder, why do I speak about toilet paper? Well, because I want you to use the collective experience of the pandemic today to understand the chronic pain. And before to get to that point, I would like to draw a parallel between both. First, understand why to fight against an invisible enemy, whether coronavirus or chronic pain. It's stressful. It's very stressful to feel pain, but also to be stressful. So before delving into chronic pain, I want you to ask questions about stress. What do we mean by stress? Well, quite simply, it's your body's response when faced with a threat. So when the brain detects a threat, there's cascade of changes, like for instance in front of a dinosaur, your body needs the cortisol. Either you get ready to face the threat or you run away or fight. Well, I would rather run away. So your brain detects a threat, and then you have the brain reaction. But you may wonder, how come our brain will interpret a situation as threatening? Well, in front of the dinosaur, it's obvious, but it's not always the same for any kind of situation. You know, daily we are being faced with stressful situations, but our colleague is not. So how can we actually detect a stressful situation? So researchers have been asking the same questions for dozens of years, and they ended up with the 4 characteristics that make up a cinemodel that will trigger this stress response, so the production of cortisol. So those 4 characteristics make up the cinemodel popularized by Sonia Lupien, who is a global expert in stress based in Montreal. C means control, or rather the perception that has very little control over the situation. This will trigger the production of cortisol. The I stands for unpredictability. So when you are faced with a situation you cannot predict, you didn't see it coming, or it happened without say, so you wonder what will be the outcome of the situation. The N means novelty. So when you are faced with a situation that is new, even if the novelty seems to be pleasant or desired, for example, moving to a new house, so it will generate a stressful situation. And then the T is for a threatened ego. So whenever you get out of your zone of comfort and you feel threatened. So in the context of a pandemic, we can understand why we see it as stressful. It's brand new. Before, unless you already knew about the last century's pandemic, you didn't know about. So it's imprevisible. You don't know whether you can catch the virus, and if you catch it, how are you going to react? We don't know how many ways we'll have of these pandemics before we can discover a development vaccine, it can also threaten our ego. You know, the pandemic actually threaten our net, and we end up in cages we are not used to. So for most of us, we live this pandemic as something very stressful at different levels. We can draw the same parallel with chronic pain. Let's say that you are sitting down on a couch reading a book, there is nice fire next to you, and you feel some pain in the back, but not that. And suddenly, without warning, it increases to a 9 out of 10, unpredictable. So and then the friend next to you now looks at you with a question mark in his face and wonders what's wrong with you. You feel ego threatened. And you know that when the pain increases this way, no medication works to relieve it. So yes, the pain is very stressful. You are unable to control this kind of pain. So with the cine model, we may wonder how a pandemic or pain can be stressful. In the case of the pain, the stress will also increase the perception. So you remember back in March when the pandemic started, from one day on, our life was changed. Either we were in the front line as a health professional, or we ended up at home with no more social contacts. So I would like you now to think at what would happen if today I tell you that the pandemic is going to stay forever, that no, you will never be able to leave your house without a mask. Going to the grocery will become an adventure for you. You will never be able to go abroad, and you will never be able to hold your grandchildren in your arms. Most of you may wonder, no, we'll discover a vaccine, a treatment. Within a few months, we'll get back to normal life. You know, the idea that our life will be completely changed is very stressful. And I'd like to let you know, welcome to the reality of chronic pain. Even though for those people, for most of them, there will be no treatment and life will never become normal again. So this kind of adaptation to chronic pain will trigger a lot of stress. Maybe a positive point from the pandemics in terms of visibility. You know, many people living with chronic pain told us that for once everyone had a small idea of what it meant to be locked down at home, not being able to be part of social activities and unable to leave our house. So that was one effect, that one impact of the pandemic, even though it had plenty of other negative impacts. A recent study that we led last March, April, 2 out of 3 people living with chronic pain say that it's been worsening through the pandemic, so an increase of the pain. We noticed that the level of stress related to pandemics or negative perceptions such as angriness, lack of justice, frustration, all that contributed to this increase of the pain. But one of the most important factors was the challenging time to access to treatment. Remember, at the beginning, many clinics were closed, injections and infiltration were no longer possible. So it contributed to the exacerbation of pain among many people. And beyond this, it really reinforced the notion that chronic pain is not taken seriously. If you compared with, look at cancer or cardiovascular disease, often the lack of treatment will lead to death. In the case of pain, it rarely lead to the death. You will not die. But suffering, however, can be huge. And by the way, our study also showed that about 4 out of 10 people living with chronic pain report moderate to severe psychological distress since the beginning of the pandemic. And often the consequences are not only felt by the person living with pain, but also with those around him or her. So for the society, I'd like to tell you that we have a social responsibility. We have to recognize chronic pain. We have to validate it, but also to treat it. as compared to pandemic, when we talk about pandemic, everyone knows that it exists, even though we are unable to see the virus. So why is it so hard to recognize chronic pain, even if you can see it, if it's also invisible? So the next time I'll go get toilet paper and I have to wait in line outside because of the pandemic, I'll have a little thought for those who are also in line with me and for whom the pain is increasing all the time, and to those for whom the pain prevents them from getting in line at the grocery store. Thank you. That's a wonderful testimony, and it's even touching, to establish relationship with what we live through right now, the pandemics and the chronic pain. I saw her images, and thank you so much, Professor Paget. So this brings us to many different questions. I don't know how you feel at home now, but that's true. In the case of the toilet paper, it's funny, because you wonder what's going on. When the pandemic started, we were in Nashville. I was about to finish my album over there. And we would do our grocery store at home, groceries at night in a Walmart. And at some point, I would see people living with huge packs of toilet paper, huge amount of toilet paper. I was wondering, well, what's going on? And then we listened to the news. We were listening to our Canadian news, and we understood that there was a pandemic, but I couldn't actually establish a relationship between the virus and toilet paper. Now I do understand it. It's because only one person triggers that. We are under influence, all the time. At some time you go shopping and you see something in a cart and you say, "Oh, I should need that too. I didn't think about it." If I didn't think about it, it's because I didn't need it, and then I will pick it up and buy it. And then the relationship saying that the person behind might be suffering from standing in line for quite a long time. That's interesting. So I do invite you to look at over time, life flies by. At some point, yes, we were open to the world, but then not only to think about the whole world, but only about you. Check whether around us there is somebody I can see him or her doesn't she or he doesn't go very well, but we set that aside. We never mention that topic. Or sometimes there is always somebody in the film asking, "Hey, oh, you are in pain," as if she or he didn't understand, even though the person has already explained over time what she's suffering. So avoid this kind of comment that may be unpleasant, and open very wide your eyes, but also your heart, because sometimes those people need your help. But only one day. If you have a crisis, I have a list. I'm a specialist of lists. I can have what I want to do. It's a long list. I should be doing over a week, and I do that in one day. I'm not very good, and sometimes I wake up and it's doesn't work. My body doesn't work anymore. It's tapped. It lacks oil. I don't know. Something is missing and nothing's going on. So if professionally I have my obligations, I have a contract, I have something to do, I can tome some medicine. It's not ideal, but I can use it and it's going to help me. But if I'm at home, then I can take advantage and feel painful as I want to. Because very often I'm in pain, but I'm unable to have pain. I cannot complain, and I don't even have any time to suffer calmly. So, and I suppose that you feel that at home. If you know that somebody around you had a bad day, a crisis day, when nothing worked out, just bring something to eat, a bowl of soup, whatever, something that really helps him or her feel good. And if you talk to him or her, don't ask him, "Oh, you don't feel well, you're in pain." No. Because at some point you get mad. And I guess to accompany the person with compassion and not with useless questions supports better. That's my own testimony. So let's move on now. The motor cortex to reduce pain. So I just mentioned, I'm missing some oil, I'm lacking some oil, maybe I have an angina and I do need something. Well, she's member of the network of student researchers. She's doing her PhD in research in health science at the Sherbrooke University. And something very important, she's part of our concourse. I mentioned that earlier on at the beginning of the evening. We have a small concourse. She is eligible to this presentation, to this award. So we turn to the brain. We are talking about what we call the motor cortex that has a role in the alleviation of pain. Physical exercise can help reducing the pain through its impact on the body, but also on the brain. Specifically, that's the motor cortex that we have to stimulate to reduce pain. But how did we actually discover its impact, its implication? What's the role? And are there any other ways to trigger it? So I will pay attention to this conference because those are questions that I have in my own head. I suppose you too at home. So let's listen to Marie-Philippe Harvey. So, when you saw the title of my presentation, you must have wondered, well, what is she going to talk about? Engine system? What's that? Oof. I must be the most biased person, but you'll see that it's very exciting. Why? Because by better understanding pain, we can better treat it and alleviate. And this goes through our engine system. Most of the people who suffer from chronic pain have heard this sentence. It's in your head. And that's what I've been studying since I began my studies. I want to understand to what point the brain is involved in the pain, and then where is it on our body. And this sentence, it's in your head, even though it bothers us, it's not completely wrong. Why? Because we now know that the pain that we feel will have an impact on the brain, but it's also the brain that will inform us that we do feel some pain. And then one of the part that is important for this feeling of pain, that's what we call the somatosensory cortex, a big name to state that is the part of the brain that receives and processes sensory information. So that's that part of the brain that will tell us whether we feel some temperature, touch, or tells us the position of our body in space. So that's why it's logical that this part of the brain is involved when we feel pain. But we also found another part of the brain that's very important for feeling, but also for modulating pain. And this part of the brain is the motor cortex. So its role, usually, should be to initiate and control the movements of our body. So no relationship at all with pain. Since it's not very logical, I'm going to show you how we discovered that. So one of the discoveries, it was led in a Sherbrooke lab where a student invited people to the lab who were very healthy, no pain at all. She would put a helmet full of electrodes, as you see on the screen. With this helmet, you can register the activity in the brain. So while the people were sitting, we wanted to record the activity of their pain. But then we had to create some pain. So we pick up a cream, a hot pepper cream, and we put it on the forearm of the people. So we put it until it gave them pain. Once the cream worked well, we put the helmet back and we recorded the activity, registered the activity in the brain. So we were able to compare what was going on in the brain while they were in pain and before the pain. And what happens? Well, that's the activity of the motor cortex that diminished when the people were feeling some pain. So as a researcher, we were excited by this kind of discovery. But then, on the other hand, we were wondering what does it bring in a clinical population where people are actually in pain? What should we do? So, in summary, when we feel any pain, as in the research project I just described, the activity in the motor cortex declines. So, if we pick up people who already have pain, we may think that the motor cortex is lower. So we should increase actually the activity of the motor cortex. But how can you stimulate part of the brain, a very specific part of your brain? The first option, we wanted to actually open the head of the pupil, and we would put electrodes directly on the cortex motor. So this way we would focus only on that part. But even though if we add some cream on the forearms, we're not very aesthetic. So we decided it was too invasive as a technique, and we looked for a new one, a new methodology to stimulate the brain without opening the head. And what we found is called a TDCS, transcranial direct current stimulation. This, what you see on the screen, that's something that really helps stimulate specific parts of the brain, such as the motor cortex, without opening the brain. So we can go through the hair and the skin to stimulate actually the motor cortex. And TDCS, whenever you give this to 5 days, you can alleviate the pain. Very nice ideas, but not everyone has a TDCS at the fingertips. So we decided that the people could take advantage of it. Even we have some physiotherapy clinics that bought one to provide some to their chronic pain patients, but not all the patients have access to this kind of services. So in life, what do we do to stimulate our motor cortex? Maybe you have an idea, because I told you at the beginning of my presentation what the motor cortex was being used for. Yes, indeed, it triggers the body, it triggers the movement and helps controlling the movement. So when you do exercise, physical exercise, you could stimulate your own motor cortex. And I know doing exercise might be scary, especially when you are really in pain. And in the past, when we would show up with our physician and tell them that we were in pain, they would tell us, well, keep quiet until it goes away. But that's over this time. We now know that the more you move, the better for your body. And by the way, remember that the goal here is to stimulate your brain, so no need to move the painful part of your body, so you can avoid any kind of movement that creates pain. For instance, you have a pain in your shoulder, you can go and walk. And another advantage with physical exercises is that you can adapt them to the intensity of the people. So obviously we will start with small activities, very short activities, and we will increase them over time. And the sole fact to go to the end of their yard and get back to their entrance for some people is quite enough. And you have even people among them, the idea of going to the yard is to be forgotten because it's too painful. Among those people, you can activate the motor cortex by doing some visualizations. You close down your eyes, you imagine yourself doing the exercise or the physical activity, and you'll be able to stimulate your motor cortex. And obviously, the more intense the activity, the more you will trigger your brain. But you have to start at some point. So as a conclusion, I'd say yes, pain is in part of your brain, but not as you heard at the beginning of the presentation. Rather, now we know that whenever we feel pain, this will trigger changes in our body and in our brain. And that's this kind of changes that we have to overcome and to change by stimulating our motor cortex. Thank you.
Tellement intéressant, ça.
This was so interesting. I like that. But I have a question for you. Thank you. Since the beginning of the pandemic, of course, our shows have stopped. This is my job. So we cannot have gatherings or meetings. If I cannot invite 2-3 people at home, imagine in a theater. So I started walking. We walk a lot. My bike is always there, but I never use it. But I started using my bike, my stationary bike, and I started again to do some exercise. I like living, but I like to move. I did a lot of exercise before, but as you said, you must adapt, you must change and modify. I think we have to continue doing this, but sometimes I wonder if I force my body to do something it does not want to do, am I worsening my situation or not really? Because if my body does something, it means it can't do it. Great question. The best answer I would have, what I can tell you is that be supported in this way to do exercise. Kinesiologists, physiotherapists are the best people that will be there, and they will teach us about knowing our limits. Chronic pain I mean, people with chronic pain, they know their limits more and more so. And so they know when eventually their battery will need to be recharged. And I like this image. Sometimes we feel that our personal battery is dead, but we can still do a little bit more. It's not always the case. I agree, but most people with pain will have tendency to avoid moving, and I know that this becomes instinctual. You would try to avoid moving, to refrain from moving. But if you keep up with your own personal rhythm, it helps a lot. I don't believe that this has any negative impacts unless you do it so hard that you no longer want to do it. No, let's say you become depressed, you depress because of that. But if kick your own rear, as we say in French, uh, you can make progress. After a show, people see me on a TV show, and then they send me a message, and there's always a message, a link with, "Oh, I also suffer from fibromyalgia. To see you on stage, how do you do it?" And that's what I tell them. Well, I don't allow disease to play too much of a significant role in my life. I discard my pain. I finish a show and I go home, and the moment I leave um, my show, I jump on a car and I come home, and then I'm on my four, because again, sometimes I reach my limit, but the idea is not to suffer, right? So, but everything you say is so interesting. It's quite motivating, and I hope that those that are listening to us, hope that this will encourage you to go for a very small stroll. Sometimes I suffer so much that some people will say I can't move from this point A to point B, from my backyard to my door, whatever. But if you motivate yourself, you'll feel better. When you do exercise, it hurts maybe, but after you feel so great. So my engine does not need oil. It's not whimsical. It just needs to move, right? Is that a summary? It's a summary à la Guylaine, but thank you so much. Thank you so much, Marie-Philippe Harvey. Thank you so much. Oh, by the way, do you have a question for us? I'm so happy. I'm sorry you will see my back a few times this evening because I want to respect distancing. You'll see my back because of that. I'll come here and leave. We have a few questions from the public. Let's try to answer this. The first question from Manon. Manon wants to know about the cortex. So how much time before seeing an improvement? If we do this type of treatment, what can we expect? Have you seen anything? What do you mean? Do you mean with the exercise or no? Or do you refer to 2DCS? One is easier than the other for sure. With the TDCS stimulation that goes through the skull, the idea is to do this 5 days in a row. Physiotherapists will recommend to go from Monday to Friday, and the session lasts for 20 minutes each time. So it's moving to go see your specialist and for the appointment. That's the most difficult thing. So you won't feel a big change by Friday or Thursday, or let's say from Monday to Wednesday, but on Thursday rather. On the fourth treatment, you see that the pain is disappearing, and on Friday, there's less pain. And from there on, thank God, based on what we've seen in the literature, the pain remains quite low afterwards. The fact that you receive treatment is more or less effective, but at the end of treatment, it's rather effective, and benefits remain for a long period of time. And that's what's interesting. Thank you so much. I got another answer, or question rather, 30 seconds ago. I'm going to ask this question. We still have some time. Pauline, decrease in the motor cortex activity, can this be valid also for neuropathic pain? This is beyond your field of research, but if you can't answer, I'm asking questions. If this goes beyond your field of research, we'll try to answer differently. What do you think, Marie-Philippe? I believe so. Many studies have been conducted on that. As Carmen was saying, this may not be my field of expertise, but I know that neuropathic pain, it's really likely to work with skull stimulation to the ACS. So this should work. Fibromyalgia, it's considered to be a neuropathic pain also. If you do a little bit of cycling, it helps. If that's so, this is along the same lines. So depending on the type of pain that you feel, the motor cortex won't be impacted the same way. We don't have an easy way in a clinic to measure things to see to what extent your motor cortex is impacted or not by your pain, but we don't have an easy answer before providing treatment. This is why it's unfortunate. But for neuropathic pain, I would say yes, the motor cortex thing went down. I'm sure of that. Thank you so much for being nuanced. In the field of research, we have some caveats and we come up with nuances all the time. So researchers must come up with nuances like that. Okay, 2 minutes are left. A question quickly. This is about a clinic. We've heard about TDCS in terms of research. We've heard about information in general. Does this exist also in a clinical setting? Yes, it exists in a clinical setting. It's starting in a clinical setting. We try to push for that because when you do great discoveries like that in the field of research, you don't want things to be limited there. We want clinicians, physiotherapists, doctors to start using that in their daily practice. And in Sherbrooke, there are 2 or 3 clinics that use this. Obviously, this is not option number 1 that it will suggest to you if you go there because you suffer from a strain or no, they will opt for the usual treatment. But if you come up with a chronic pain, this will remain amongst the different options that they will suggest to you. As I said in the presentation, this is not accessible to everyone. If you go to a private clinic, if you have an appointment there are fees. It costs. But maybe for you it's worthwhile using that. It remains an interesting option then to go see a physiotherapist and go to that type of clinic. That's it for me. Marie-Philippe Harvey, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Carmen, thank you so much. You may leave. We'll look at your back. Your back will be coming back again here on stage. So great. Thank you so much for your questions. We love that. Send us questions because normally you would have joined us here. We would have considered questions. We were disappointed because we couldn't do that. And so with this interactive situation, we arranged things a little bit informally before starting me and Carmen. We said, let's engage them. Let's invite them with their questions. Okay, let's continue. I hope you're having a great time tonight. I'm having a great time. Crack before cracking up. I mean, wise choice or things to avoid. He's a member of student researchers on pain. He's a chiropractor by training. He's a master's student in biomedical science at the University of Trois-Rivières. Very important note, he's admissible to the competition of the best presentation. I'm saying this. The best PAINtalks presentation. This is controversial. It's in the field of health. This is a controversial topic. I've talked about this. I've addressed this with someone in the past, but opinions were quite different. So, in the field of pain, handling, of the vertebrae. If I say, if you say go to a session where you'll undergo a cracking session, as we say it in French, for cervical pain or back pain, I mean, this may not be necessarily recommended. Benjamin wants to demystify this topic so that you can shed some light on the topic and make a right decision. Again, at your next family gathering, one day we'll have the right to do that. Again, those gatherings again. I know what it means when you have your bones cracked by such specialists because I've listened to Benjamin Provencher, so it means I will know what to do next time about those matters. Today, I would like to introduce to you Mathieu. He's 27 years old. He works as a computer engineering. Right now, he's lying on his back on the lower table. He has shut his eyes because lights make him feel a headache, and he's hearing his heart beating in his own head. Boom, boom, boom. He's nervous. He was explained what was going to happen with the pain. It's extremely hard for him to focus. And after some time, somebody puts their hands on him. He reacts. It's very strange when you feel somebody touching your neck. It's just, there's a voice telling him to relax, and he obeys because he wants his pain to go away. Then somebody is moving him. And so all of a sudden, crack, crack, somebody's breaking his neck, it seems. Was that a good choice or not to undergo such a session? Was it something to avoid or not? Today, I'll tell you about doing those sessions where someone cracks or like uh, your your back, for example. You'll have an additional option and you'll be able to make the right choices if that's what you want. We have this expression in French, undergo a cracking session. It sounds like this. You hear crack, crack, like this. It means you go see a health professional, and after an exam, after a diagnosis, he'll explain everything. He'll push quickly with his hands under control or with specialized tools in order to uh, move things. Chiropractors talk about a chiropractic adjustment. Others talk about a grade 5 mobilization. In research, we talk about a handling at low amplitude and high intensity. So in French, we talk about aller se faire craquer, cracking adjustment to undergo such a session. When we push quickly on the back, we hear those noises. But again, the treatment is not what you hear. Sometimes you hear a lot of noise, no effect, and sometimes a big effect, and you don't hear anything, or you hear something. Again, the cracking. I mean, it's something that comes with the treatment. Who has the right to do such treatments? Can anyone do that? No. In Quebec, in 2020, this is only limited to doctors, physiotherapists, and chiropractors who underwent a special training to be able to do that. Anybody could learn to crack your own backbone or vertebral column. But again, the noise doesn't mean that the treatment is working. It takes years of practice and studies to be able to do this backbone treatment with the cracks and everything in a safe way. Talking about safety, some people think that this is harmful or dangerous, especially at the neck level. I'd like to talk about this. Like any type of treatment, when you undergo those sessions, there are dangers, possibly fatigue, stiffness, and so on. These are things that happen after such sessions. But these are banal reactions after a treatment, and they disappear in and of themselves. But there are some grave complications that might occur, especially when there's fracture. Again, discal hernia can be worsened, or a cardiovascular incident might happen, but these are very rare incidents. They may happen with people with pre-existing conditions, which means that it's not that the treatment is dangerous or harmful, but some people are more fragile, which means that there's a counterindication in this treatment for some people. This means that you need to be assessed well by a health professional because they are apt to detect risks. They can apply the treatment in the safest possible ways. Now that this is said, I'd like to clarify something. If you undergo such a cracking sessions, people say that some bones would be realigned or be unstuck, or some nerves would be unstuck, and so on. That's how we believed that things occurred in terms of pain. Some health professionals think that that's what they're happening. That's happening when they do these cracking sessions. But with research, we know that this is not how things happen. What happens in reality is that when you push quickly on the bones of the spine, you stretch the muscles around. This fast stretching of the muscles sends a quick electric signaling to the brain, which means that the bones have moved. And so this has a different impact on the spine. We don't know everything, all the impacts about it, but this is what we know. It's a little bit like a police officer. He's blocking a street, preventing anyone to enter. The electric signal blocks the street, and it prevents a certain signal to be felt, number one. Number two, the electric signal decreases some mechanisms or mitigates them that amplify pain. If you mitigate an amplification, it's like avoiding to put more wood into the fire. Okay, you put less firewood into the fire, which means the fire will dwindle. You have anti-inflammation molecules in the body also, and this is an impact at that level. Fourthly, some researchers think that this might activate different regions in the brain, which naturally release some analgesia, substances that look like morphine, which would relieve people from pain. Contrary to what we believe in the past, treatment acts on pain because mainly of those effects regarding the nervous system. It's not necessarily something happening at the bone level. It doesn't mean that the treatment can provide relief for all types of pain. Refer to the clinical guidelines. Clinical practice guidelines are tools provided to the health professionals which explain what needs to be done, what can be done or not in order to assess and treat the problem as best as possible in view of the best scientific knowledge available at the time. But the majority of those guidelines recommend to undergo a session with cracking noises for back pain or neck pain, whether it's a recent pain or that it's been there for a long term, whether it's alone or whether or not it comes with some type of swelling at the arm level. This is recommended for cervicogenic headaches or migraines, things happening at the head and also the neck. If we combine that with other interventions, it works even better, like advice and exercise, for example, especially if you have cases with chronic pain. If the pain is not the main issue, but rather the symptom of another disease, for example, if you have kidney stones, aneurysm, cancer, or things like that, if you undergo those sessions, treatments of the spine with cracking noises, will this help? Well, maybe not in that case. My answer is that yes, you can get relief from other issues beyond the spine issues, of course, but you have to discuss this with your doctor. And again, I've said this enough. This is a valid option to undergo those sessions at the spine level with those cracking noises. Yes, it's a valid thing. But I'm saying this because according to statistics, everybody will suffer from a back pain at least once in their life. If it ever happens to you, then now you know you'll have an additional option to be taken care of. Mathieu, this is our computer engineering, who got some relief because of his headache. He did it. If you want to do it also, one day you will have more information to do so if that's your choice. Thank you. I'm very happy, I'm reassured because in life I often went to see those specialists because of some back pain, and we go on the road a lot when you do those shows and so on with a band, and you don't sleep that well, or you're seated in a car for a long time. After those road shows, I needed to undergo those cracking sessions, and people told me it's not a good thing to do it. But now I know that I can undergo those sessions because Benjamin Provencher told us that this is not dangerous and it's a very good treatment. Okay, this is a topic that I'm really interested in now. I know that you are desperate to listen to our next speaker. Again, teenage years, is that a special moment to avoid chronic disease? She's a pediatrician, a researcher at l'Université de Sherbrooke University. The importance of movement. It's important to move for teenagers so that they can avoid chronic pain. Again, she will tell us a little bit about that. We tell children to move a lot, especially with the pandemic. They cannot go outdoors. They can't see their friends. There are many sports that they can no longer practice, but they have to continue moving. And you'll see later that you'll get some answers regarding your questions. Very likely so. And adults with chronic pain, they were teenagers in the past. Could have we predicted, forecast the future? Could have we told that these teenagers would suffer in the future? Some teenagers were tested. The more they move, the more they are effective to counteract pain. But if they already feel some pain, their defense mechanism is not as effective, not as efficient. Chicken and egg, well, take no chances, move. It's better to prevent young rather than suffer later. So I'm looking forward to really listen to what Sylvie Lafrenet, Professor Sylvie Lafrenet, has to tell us on the topic. Thank you. Good evening. Indeed, I'll try to convince you that the teenager years could be a key time in order to prevent chronic pain. Can we predict, can we know why or how something like that, like an issue becomes a chronic pain? I'll propose to you a possible solution to that dilemma. we have to talk about the pain modulation, active living, and the VO2 max moving, and also the autonomous nervous system. We have to consider these three things. Let's talk about pain modulation. What happens when we feel a pain? You will hear this throughout the night. You have a young girl here. She suffers. She's got a sprain. The nervous influx goes towards the brain, which will interpret the fact that she has pain. However, she will take advantage of some modulation mechanisms at the pain level in order to mitigate that pain. So this is pain modulation. How do we study this at the brain level? We come up with a first stimulus. This is painful. We leave some ice for a long time on the skin, creating a stress. For example, you put the arm in ice cold water or undergoing an intense exercise will repeat the same stimulus which was given first afterwards. This is a chart. You see on the vertical axis the intensity of the pain before the first ice and then intense stress. And afterwards, what do you see for the same stimulus? You see that the pain is felt as being lower. This is a normal mechanism. However, unfortunately, for certain patients that suffer from chronic pain, this is a defective mechanism, which means before or after they cannot modulate their pain. It does not fluctuate. The second concept here, the active living, or the fact that you can move or that it's recommended. You'll hear about this. The VO2 max is the maximum oxygen volume that a subject can consume during an exercise at a maximum capacity. You start an exercise, cadence is higher, intensity is higher, the heart is beating faster, lungs are being activated, more oxygen requested from muscles, more respiratory needs, and so on. Eventually, you reach a certain plateau. You've reached your VO2 limit. This is the maximum capacity that muscles can have in order to absorb oxygen. I'll show you this. In labs, we study this with electrodes and monitors under monitoring. We record the breathing, respiration, respiratory levels, the heart levels, and so on. This is a chart for women and men. The VO2 max is higher for men. It's higher because they have more muscles. Normal, they consume more oxygen. Seen differently, this is the VO2 max at the lower end. You see the age, 25 to 75 years of age, from left to right. Three curves. Orange, it's for sedentary men. Blue, an active male. In black, a marathon runner. What you see is that no matter what the level of VO2 max, it will just lower with age, no matter who you are. Of course, if at 50 you decide to get back in shape, you will mitigate the slope, but still you'll go down. This is a chart that I'm showing you. Note the lower end of the chart, 10, 20 years. Look at what's happening between 10 and 20 years of age. Of course, people are becoming larger, more muscle, more VO2 max capacity. At 20 years of age, it's over. Whatever you have at VO2 max, this is what you'll have for the rest of your life. That's it. It's going to go down, but that's the best you have in your life. This is between 10 and 20, this is a significant time. It's a key time. Third concept, the autonomous nervous system. We divide things. This is broken down into a parasympathetic and sympathetic systems. The parasympathetic, the heart rate is low, I'm calm, I'm rested, I can sleep. My sympathetic system, I see, oh, a bear, I'm afraid, my heart rate is speeding up, I start running, I don't feel well. Why is this important? Because we know that the more exercise we do, the lower our heart rate, and the more we'll be able, after intense exercise, to have a low heart rate. We'll be able to relax and feel better. We know that some people with chronic pain are sympathetic in the sense that they're always stressed out. Their heart rate is always high. Even during sleep, their heart rate is not decreasing. They cannot have time for being calm and relaxed and so on, like the ones doing sport who are capable of that. During the teenager years, if we consider the autonomous nervous system, pain modulation, VO2 max concepts, so if we put it all together, we study this in the lab. We took some young fellows from 15 to 70 years of age. They were non-smoker, non-obese. We divided them into male and female. We considered whether or not there were recurring pain or not for the women. And then we studied also the male with the pain modulation levels. We did the test that I've shown you, um, ice or heat, significant stress, the ice or cold water, and then the VO2 max, and the same stimulus was repeated. With the boys, what we saw with the VO2 max, what you see in blue, it's a bar for a given stimulus or temperature. You see the intensity of pain. After the exercise, you see in green, the green bar, the intensity of the pain for the same stimulus perceived as lower. Therefore, we have exercise-induced analgesia. This graphic is extremely important. You see on the vertical axis the um, number of hours for physical activity that these young people did, and the pain modulation at the lower end. Each dot is a youngster. The more exercise they did, the better their pain modulation mechanism was in terms of performance. Let's see with the girls. We started with a VO2 max exam. So we had some women in pain and those that were not in pain. The healthy one were the girls with no recurring pain. So exercise-induced pain mechanism is lower, if not negative. We've repeated this with the ice cold water. We've stimulated things differently. And again, the women with pain have pain modulation systems which are lower even at 15 years of age.
So this graph is very important. You see the VO2 max level, healthy girls and painful girls. What you see here, I'm not going to say what's the egg or the hen. Is it because the girls do not move that much and they don't have as much VO2 max, or they're unlucky? I cannot say right now. Is it alarming? I would say yes. We know that chronic pain in youth is common as early as adolescence. According to studies, between 11 and 33% of young people complain of pain, either stomach aches, headaches, or neck pain. I conducted a study in Sherbrooke a few years ago on grade 5 children in elementary school and found that 1/3 of them had moderate to severe pain at least once a week. This is also worrisome, because we know that the recommendations for youth aged 12 to 17 years old in Canada are not being followed. 60 minutes of moderate to vigorous physical activity per day is required. Only 7% of youth are able to do so. And in the 70s, we actually checked their VO2 and we did some averages, and we know that it's lower. You saw the relationship between the VO2 and the reduction of pain. So maybe we have to worry about, because in the 70s, the youth are now adults, they are going through pain. Let's come back to my first question. Can we predict why or how pain becomes chronic? I don't know yet. Is it because we are unlucky or lucky? However, what I showed you is that should the boys do more exercise, they have a better VO2 max, a poorer parasympathetic system, and a poorer mobility. And girls, they don't have a very good VO2 max. They have a poor parasympathetic system. Hence, youth. If I were you, I wouldn't take any chance. Move, whatever you want to do. Basketballing, go running, go mountain climbing, jump in a river, bike, ski, dumbbells, whatever. Go to the gym, do whatever you want, but move. Don't take any chance. By the way, the no pain, no gain doesn't matter. In the lab, you can use it to test, but in everyday life, it's not very efficient. We know that we have Olympics and the high-level sport people, even though they have a very high VO2 max, they will not have a pain because didn't pay attention to their body. They went beyond. So have fun, go out, but move, please. You have up to 20 years to have your highest VO2 max level. So I hope parents and teenagers that I have been able to convince you all. Thank you. We're not very numerous, but people did give you rounds of applause. So it's fascinating to hear, because as parents, we tell our children, you have to move. We don't know why, but we keep saying so. It's kind of a reflex. When I was younger, we would play outside. We would ride our bike or do whatever. Nothing very specific, no competition, but we would move. And I think that right now, if you look in our streets, in our neighborhoods, we don't see as many running people, running kids, especially nowadays. Maybe you don't have any evidence. You said I don't say, I can say, but I have the evidence that we have to move. And maybe if I had been running more or moving more when I was younger, maybe I wouldn't have that much pain. Is there any relationship? What we cannot say yet. What I know is that I still have young girls 15 to 17 years who have modulation through exercise, who is not as efficient. Were they born this way, or because there was some pain, they were unable to exercise? We don't know yet, unfortunately. But what we do know, for instance, we are fibromyalgic. We don't do that much exercise. Then the heart rate doesn't go down. We don't sleep well, and we don't want to exercise. And at some point, what triggers what? Or leads to what? Right now, we don't know. And even though we played a lot outside and we have pain, what we don't know, right now we think that 30 to 50% of the adults do complain about pains. What will it be within 50 years with the youth of today? We don't know. Oh, it's very relevant, the work, what you do. I suppose at home, many of the parents will tell their children, well, you see, I told you, so go out and play. Oh, by the way, Sophie, you have a question? She's showing up. Yes, we have a few questions indeed. So as I said earlier on, I will ask questions that are outside of your expertise. So maybe we can answer them later on. I don't know. So first question, you provided us very good nuances. We have to do some exercise, but not too much, though. And other people at home wonder, can we have a few concrete examples of physical activity, moderate and intense, for children? Because we talked about teenagers, well, and 10 years old boys, children. So do you have any example for the audience? Answer. Well, it's very easy. You have to have fun. You have to not to worry about time. You have to exercise with people you like. And what does it mean? Moderate to intense. Very easy. When you come back home, you have to change your clothes. Just going, at the Bosco, will you ride? You ride. You walk, and you're not too hot. No, it's not enough. You have to be able to have to remove your shirt because it's too hot when you're back home. That's very easy. Oh, very good picture. Yeah. Nancy would like to ask you a tricky question. She asks you, briefly in 1 or 2 sentences, do you have a key message to popularize this kind of information in schools? Ooh, that's cool. We have only one lung and one body. We will live through our whole life with this. It's like with the just the same with the bones. So we can, if whatever the kind of medicine we use, we will lose our bone at some point. So the lung are the same. We have to add up as much gold in our treasury box until 20 years, and then we will lose it. So if you have only a small treasury, it's not enough. So you'd rather have a big treasury. That's what I would say. Oh, that's a very interesting picture. Thank you. Yes, I hope, Nancy, well, I imagine that you work in a school, and I hope you'll be able to use this kind of example in school. We still have some time. So, since you are a pediatrician, we were wondering, how does it work among children in the pain clinic? Did you actually studied more of the children, since you talked about teenagers? Well, I have a chronic pain clinic. I don't have that many children in my pain clinic. Mainly teenagers. I have a lot of teenager girls. Maybe can I share a message tonight? So here are the new girls today. she has like this new teenagers. When they walk in the street, on the street, they walk this way. They won't be very nice. All they always have neck pain. They keep their phone. You see, I have one in my hands. So they're the trapezius hold and they have neck pain, headache. So what do I see in my pain clinic? Plenty of cases of neck pain, unfortunately, but also people who don't move that much. They're in pain. Also, I had some youth who had chemotherapy and they still have pain. Also, others who went through trauma and then still are in pain, but it's mainly more teenagers, not young ones. Also, electronic e-games. It's at the level of the shoulders and so on. Yes, because the head is no longer this way. The muscles do hold the neck, and the muscles are tense all the time. Hence, it triggers headaches and neck pain. I don't know whether I answer the question. Yes, well, it deals with it. Well, you gave some examples. We do understand that not so many children have that much pain as compared to adult ones. I'd say something else regarding children. Children learn everything. They're like sponges. So, child in pain, well, you have to be sure. Well, he doesn't faint. If he is in pain, he's in pain. Children who invent pain, that's not very often. But our way to answer, to respond, if any time that my child says he's in pain and then I can hold him in my arms, he'll learn how to say he's in pain. So there is, yes, I am in pain. The way we will respond will actually trigger something. So very often, the children's, well, the pain will be the only perception. They are very happy, but I am in pain. But then, as a parent, you have to decide there are more than 3 emotions. Oh, thank you. I wonder now whether I did the right thing with my girls. Well, I was not the kind of mother saying, "Oh my gosh, you hurt yourself. What's going to happen?" It seems to be so severe. I would rather say, "Well, it's not the first time. It's going to happen again." Obviously, I would look whether it was a severe or not severe injury. But once it was something about nothing, I would like to turn to something else so that in their head, my girls would have almost. I didn't want them to have pleasure in their pain, to have some to be cared for. I don't know whether I'm wrong. No, that's fine. That's fine. Oh, I'm being reassured then. Another question: what are the pathologies that you see more often in your pain clinic among children? Yes, among children. Pain, neck pain, and also chest pain, which is surprising for a reason I don't really understand. Children have a pain, the chest for the teenagers, and the adults, it's a headache. Teenagers have a blocked chest. I don't know because they don't breathe that well, but I have a lot of chest pain, chest ache. We also talked about neuropathological pain. We think it's rare, but I have between 30, 40 children. Also the brains, that's another example. Many of them will have this kind of neuropathological pain, further to sprain, or also brain pain after surgery and so on. That's the kind of pain. Thank you. I will stop with the questions now because we have to move to the next conference. I have a specific question. We have a very well-known researcher in Sherbrooke who made a nice comment for you. Liu Gendrome says, "Thank you, Sylvie. Excellent presentation. Always very relevant and interesting." So thank you. Yes, indeed, he's right. Thank you. You are passionate. We can hear it, but it helps us move around. So Sylvie Lafrenet, teacher, professor, thank you so much. So you see, as I said, we have people who know a lot about the topic. There are subject matter experts. They keep on studying on this, but they are passionate as well. So I saw her moving. You see that there is experience, but a lot of heart. So at home, sometimes we are bothering our children, move, but we have to move them around, especially nowadays. We know that the children are going through a lot of stress because of the pandemics. They cannot see their friends, they stop their preferred sport, and so on. So, as a family, we have to motivate them to find maybe family activities. Something doesn't have to be very costly. We don't have to buy skis and go skiing. No, we can take a walk. If they are small, you can organize treasury hunts, or we used to do that with our children when we were younger. And we also move as adults because we run after them. Teenager years, it's harder to have them move around. Sometimes they are very passive. Yeah, we were teenagers as well. By the time we didn't want to move out, but I guess tonight we will be motivated to have them move around, and that's also a lesson for us. So I hope you are still well suited. If you suffer of your chronic pain and you need to move around, don't hesitate. Do some exercise. So now, that's a very funny topic. When I read about this, it makes me laugh, And you are plenty at home, I suppose, having a pet, a cat or cats, because very often people love so much cats that they have many of them. So you wonder, what am I heading to? Well, our next topic, we will be talking about cats. So I start. Grumpy or painful? I love that title. Reading facial expressions in cats. So, and I hear you. Well, how come? What is she talking about? Well, it's not only us as human beings that we suffer from pain. Animals do too. So our next speaker actually focused on that topic. She's a member of Quebec's network of QNJPI. She's a vet by training. She does a PhD at the University of Montreal in the vet studies. And you may be able to vote for her. She's eligible to the PAINtalks award. So tonight she's talking about talk about pains, not in humans, but in cats. So our next speaker, as I said, she's going to talk about a tool that can help us evaluate better pain. Expressions in cats are being used to assess pain among nonverbal beings, and there are some similarities between humans and other mammals. So the scales, it's like the Grammy scale of cats. So it's kind of a bumpy translation, but that's the way it is. So it's scoring away based on facial expressions. It's a very practical instrument, very easy to use, that allows us to assess, to evaluate pain in cats. So I know that from now on, you will all pay attention to this, especially if you have a cat, and we look at his face to check whether he's feeling well or not. But don't forget, don't take care only of your cat. Maybe your husband has the same expression. But tonight we will be talking about cats. So our next speaker, I'm eager to hear her. So we are hearing Marina Evangelista.
Is this cat in pain? Please raise your hands if you think the answer is yes. All right, I can see a couple of hands up, but I'm not going to tell you the answer right away. And please keep this image in mind. Now another question that certainly many of us have already heard. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate your pain? It sounds simple and straightforward, but unfortunately, we cannot use that for cats. Actually, for all the nonverbal species. No matter how hard we try and ask this question, we won't get a direct answer. And in those cases where we cannot ask them directly how much pain they are feeling, we must estimate pain by the observation of behavior, the response to touch, interaction, and also using facial expressions. This approach of using facial expressions to evaluate pain is also used in human individuals who cannot verbalize their degree of pain, such as very young children and people with cognitive impairment. For example, when we see an image like that, first thing that comes to mind, what we think of pain and suffering. So we are able to recognize the tension in the person's face. And we can see several similarities between humans and other mammals when it comes to this expression of pain. The frowning, the eye squinting, the upper lip curl, and in those who are able to move their ears and whiskers, they do so. Now, what about cats? When we think of facial expressions in cats, the first image that comes to mind is the grumpy cat. And until recently, people used to think that it was too difficult or even impossible to evaluate pain in cats, especially using facial expressions. I'm going to show you that it's not entirely true and that not all cats are grumpy. Before that, just want to take a step back and discuss why is it so important? Why should we assess pain in cats? Cats are more and more part of our lives. The number of cats has recently grown, and cats outnumber dogs as house pets. In Quebec alone, there are now 1.8 million house cats. Also, our relationship between humans and cats has greatly changed in the past years, and the importance of the human-animal bond has been recognized. Cats are now part of the family, and they have more access to veterinary care, and they are likely to experience pain at some point in their lives. And why is it so difficult? Cats have a very distinct behavior that we are only starting to understand. They are also discreet and tend to hide their pain. They are by nature considered both predator and prey. And that happens especially in the veterinary environment, which is a source of fear and stress. The result of all that is that cats still receive less analgesics than dogs. And this scenario warrants improvement. And that's where we stepped in, and during my PhD, we tried to develop a pain assessment instrument, or what we call pain scale, to assess pain in hospitalized cats. To do so, we included 20 healthy, non-painful cats and 50 client-owned cats that were presented to the veterinary teaching hospital. The cats were placed in a cage like this, and we recorded some videos with a camera placed between the bars. These cats were treated with analgesics or painkillers when they were in pain, and the videos were repeated 1 hour later. We did the same for the healthy cats, but we did not give them any treatment. Then these videos were downloaded into a computer, and after watching many hours of cat videos, I can't complain about my job there, we took screenshots when the cat was facing the camera, when the face was visible in the frame. And then we compared these images of the painful and the non-painful cats to see what's different between them. Here's an image of a non-painful healthy cat. We can see that the ears are straight up, facing forward, the eyes are round and open, the muzzle is also round and relaxed, and the whiskers, they are loose and curved. We can also see that the head is held up high above the shoulder line. Whereas in this other picture, a painful cat, we can see that the ears are now flattened and rotated outwards. We can see the back of the ears showing up. The eyes are closed, so the eyelids are close together. We can barely actually see the eyes. The muzzle is tense, it stretches in a more oval shape, and the whiskers are now straight and moving away from the face. We can also see that the head's now down below the shoulder line, or sometimes tilted with the chin towards the chest. All these features, these parameters that were identified, they were summarized into a training manual that can be used by veterinarians to assess pain in their feline patients. Additionally, we can give a score for each of these parameters that goes from 0, 1, or 2, and the final score adds up to 10. The closer to 10 to the score, the higher the degree of pain that the cat is feeling. Now, another interesting finding of our studies is that not only veterinarians, but also veterinary technicians or nurses, vet students, and cat owners, they were also able to see the signs of pain. And their feline grimace scale scores, they agreed with the veterinarians. This is important because if cat owners can recognize when something's going on with their cats, and when something's not well, they can bring their cat to the vet and get the appropriate treatment. Now, I'll ask you once more. Is this cat in pain? Now that you know what to look for in the cat's face. And the answer is yes. And this is the same cat after receiving treatment. We can see that the face changes completely. It's impressive, huh? The take-home message is, not all cats are grumpy, and we are able to see when they are in pain using facial expressions. Thank you.
Marina Evangelista, merci beaucoup. Là, je suis certaine qu'à partir de maintenant,
Thank you so much. I am convinced that from now on, if you have a cat at home, you will look at the face, check whether he's healthy or he's suffering or something. That's really great. I loved it. I don't know. Well, I don't have any cat because I'm allergic to cats, but I didn't know that some people were interested in them. And it's very interesting too. I'm convinced that back home you will learn stuff too. So now let's talk about chronic pain. But it's a person who suffers from chronic pain who is going to talk to us beyond diagnosis. She was born with arthrogryposis, a muscular skeletal condition rare that affects her legs. Recently graduated in human resources. She's had chronic pain ever since she was a teenager, which led her to try out different drugs, go through surgeries and other medical treatments that only alleviated slightly her pain. So tonight she will talk about her story of chronic pain. Since chronic pain is very often complex to measure and invisible, some will doubt about the existence. Despite the persisting pain, we have to respect our own limits and listen to us. We were saying so early on, I myself would like to do so many things for my health, do sports, I do exercise, I would like to try things, but I can no longer do them. But in my life, I decided to focus on the reminder and not my lost capacities. And ever since I decided so, it made a big difference. Before, I would say, wow, that's so boring. I cannot do this anymore. I'm so mad because I no longer can do this or that. Nowadays, well, you see, I can still walk, and I walk very fast usually. It's hard to follow me, and I can ride my bike, the one in the home bike. But I did all those experiences, So I still have a long list of things that I can do, and I can tell you, do the same. Target the reminder, adapt your life depending on your pain. You'll see that we may avoid a lot of stress and frustration. So she will talk about this, and she will tell us that it's possible to get a functional life back and some freedom despite all of this. So I do introduce to you Jasmine Beck. So the question I am most often asked when I meet people for the first time is, how do you live with your condition? When I was born, I was diagnosed with arthrogryposis, which is a rare and abstract birth defect for any healthcare professional I've encountered. It's a complicated way, but it really means that my joints are crooked. Every patient is affected differently. There are deformities in my hips and knees. Even though I am handicapped from birth, I realized very quickly that I was different, but it really, when chronic pain first appeared, that the impact of my diagnosis really hit me. For the first time, my decisions were influenced by my legs. So I lost many things, myself, the loss of myself, my career goals, and hope for a better quality of life. Over time, I was able to find a more functional treatment in order to live a more fulfilling life. Pain started when I was 14 years old, suddenly one summer evening, and it never went away. I never thought it would turn into a chronic pain. I quickly went looking for a treatment because I didn't want this chronic to stay. I was trying to find any kind of treatments to try to alleviate this pain. It was hard because we didn't know that much about my case. Whenever I would get into a new clinic and I talked about my condition, well, it didn't mean anything to the physicians. So I had to justify myself to explain that pain, and I was not very well understood. And then I could not actually quantify my pain, hence it was very hard to find a treatment. But I kept on over time. I tried to find different ways. I remember I would go to internet looking for specialist experts, drugs, treatments I could not really understand, to try to understand more about my body. And I ended up on a surgery table. I had hip deformities that required some surgery, risky ones. The operation was a success. Was successful. There was no side effects. It didn't alleviate as much the pain as I wanted, but it really helped me to admit that pain, because I had to face the limits of medicine, and I hardly had any other option to alleviate this chronic pain. I was able to accept my pain and to go through a more functional treatment. When I explain that I'm in pain, they think that it's an acute pain, so that's why they're surprised that I'm not really crying out because I'm in pain, but rather this suffering is important in my life because it's always there. It accompanies me all the time. When we think about the scale from 1 to 10 to quantify my pain, I was never able to find a true figure that would represent what I was going through. So the loss of myself, my level of irritability, anxiety, and all that pain. So this pain led to treatments that would be functional, but they did not alleviate my life. That would require too much money, energy, and time. And then the drugs prescribed had plenty of side effects. I can tell you that they were not efficient. And I was about to take Naganix. So that's why I decided to buy a chair. Well, I was very happy to be able to walk, but this capacity, well, it was very hard for me to walk 15, 20 minutes, and then I become too tired. So this chair really freed me. Even though I look like I'm locked down in it, it helped me move around everywhere. I bought that chair in my second year of university because I wanted to finish my studies, and after a couple of months I really felt great. I was able to let narcotics, antidepressants, and anti-inflammatory and other drugs, I didn't let them down because I was in pain, but rather because it was a different. I was able to move around almost everywhere without thinking about the impact. So this new energy really helped me to do something else, not only managing my pain, to find out that there was something else in my life and was able to be functional despite this pain. Because even nowadays, when I talk about my pain experience over the past 10 years, I suffered a lot of many different pains, but what was more painful was this feeling of incapacity and powerlessness. I had the feeling of being an eternal patient. I was always waiting for the next treatment, the next medicine, the next medical follow-up, and I had the feeling that the remainder of my life was going by. The chair really freed me from this suffering and helped me to put my energy elsewhere and to realize to thrive. Nowadays, I work full-time. I have energy to do whatever I want to do, and I really thriving. Today's event shows the progress, but also the whole journey we still have to go along. I am still hopeful for those who treat, for those who do the care, and for those who do the research and who accompany the ones who are in pain. But I can no longer wait. I am able, thanks to the chair, to be thriving on a daily basis. By sharing my story, I hope that I was able to show you that pain is not only about the scale of 1 to 10. We can still live while we are in pain. Well, quite an impressive testimony. Thank you so much, Jasmine, for sharing this with us. It's really touching. Back home, I suppose you're like me. You feel that you're not that bad. Sometimes we compare ourselves and we compare somebody else suffering with ours. I think that nothing is that severe. Yes, I do suffer, but as compared to what I just heard, I have a hard time in sharing with you my pain. But what I remember, the lesson I draw from that, I guess we have to talk about this. We have to talk about it. We don't have to feel ashamed to say so, and to ask for help. She chose to buy a chair. For us, it was an easy way. She said she needed it. So, at some point, one day I was in a conference for people living with myalgia. And a lady showed up. She said she had a cane and she didn't like it. She didn't want to have it, but she didn't have any other option because she couldn't walk by herself. So when I went back to my car with my husband, it was unbelievable. I decided, well, it doesn't make any sense. Somebody who is living with something she doesn't want, but she doesn't have any option. That's the way it is.
Marie, en riant, je suis du genre à dire
I told my husband, and I was laughing, if this ever happens to me, because sometimes I have difficulties, it's hard for me to walk or whatever, but usually it goes well. But if one day, if ever this were to happen, and if I need to have like a walking stick, I told my husband, okay, then I'll have a lot of those, all sorts of colors, all sorts of textures to go along with my beautiful shoes and bags and handbags and so on. But I'll have that. So again, acceptance can go through that. You have to let go, and you have to put your ego aside sometimes. You have to be proud, because chronic disease, illness, it's something that crushes you. You feel squashed at the bodily level, but in terms of your resourcefulness, also your morale is impacted. And sometimes, you cannot say, I'm extremely proud to talk about my chronic pain. You can't talk like that, because if you talk, I mean, even tonight when I talk, I think about this. People will probably judge me. Some people will say, okay, well, come on. I mean, she doesn't look like she's suffering. She doesn't undergo any pain. So that's what I keep at the back of my mind here, even though I'm strong-headed and I try to discard that, but still, it's there, it's present. So if I tell you, you're at home and you haven't dared talk about this, it took me years before I decided to talk about this. And one day at the Deux Le Matin show, TV show, they called me once and they said, we know that you suffer from chronic pain. We'd like to do a TV show on that. Can you come and to the talk show and talk to us? And then I hesitated. I said, I'm not going to complain about that live on TV. Come on, I'm not going to do that, because some people really suffer more than me, with really, really bad health situation. So I didn't see why I would go and do that. And the TV producers told me, think about this, because you are very important for many people. Your music is important. You inspire people. And people ask you, where did you purchase your dress? Where do you purchase your glasses? Where's your gloss coming from? What's your color? And so on. So they ask questions like that. So they'll do the same thing and ask questions about the disease. You'll talk about on TV live. How you live on a daily basis is important, because they'll listen to you. You're a positive girl, so this will very likely motivate them. So that's why I've accepted to talk about it one day on TV live. I was open about the matter, and I've received so many comments after that, such a great feedback, which means what? I have the right to talk about it. The feedback was so positive, and so of course people will doubt that, will challenge me, but I focus on those that believe in me. I believe in those that gave me strength. A lot of people gave me feedback. They told me that I did the right thing talking about it. I've been living with my husband for years. And so I can really now talk about how I feel for real, because I was suffering excruciatingly, having problems walking and so on, and never complained. I was like, oh, no, don't worry about me. It's okay. It's going to go away. But now I accepted that. I was blocking everything in the past, but now I've accepted the fact that it's there. So allow yourself to be soothed. Allow yourself to be supported by your family and people around you. Sometimes they don't know how to tackle with the issue, because it's a tricky thing when you talk about this. You can't go to someone and say, hey, how are you doing? How's it going today? Are you suffering today? You can't start a conversation like that. But sometimes I'd like to say, hey, how are you doing? But I don't feel great. It's as if my brain does not want to work anymore. I'm looking for words and thoughts. And some days I say that my brain is like jello. It's like this cloud of thoughts in my mind. It's so foggy. I can't really understand things. And so all of this is true. It happens. So with those PAINtalks, those events, it's great. It's great. There are people in front of me. You may not see them. There are people at the production team, technicians, and so on, camera people. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you for asking me to join this beautiful project, because with everything that's been said here tonight, I hope that now hearing all of this, you'll feel better, because just talking about it, it's like you're getting some relief and you can release stuff and then you feel better. So we'll continue. We'll come back at 7:30 Quebec time, Sherbrooke time. So now we'll have a break. Go fill your popcorn bag, go get a glass of wine or whatever, go get a blanket, but we'll have a break. So before the break, I'd like to thank our partners, the silver and above partners. These are our sponsors. They are extremely important because we can offer this free event, Pain Talks, thanks to them. During the break, you'll be able to see those names. These are our supporters. If you want, applaud them. Even if you're at home, they will hear your applause. Thank you again for spending this time with us. This is not over. This is just like a short break. We have other speakers after the break, and we'll introduce them to you. They're as interesting than the first ones, and even more so. Maybe let's see you in a couple of minutes. All right. You suffer from pain, chronic pain.
The psychology of pain.
Un effet placebo.
Intersection.
Placebo effect.
Par exemple, en physiothérapie,
Arthritis.
qui souffre de douleurs liées aux relations
Suffers from sexual pain. Do you believe that?
Je vous parle des différences.
I'm talking here about the differences as a human being. After 16 years of age, I entered remission. Let them understand that they have power. Let empower them in their treatment.
Exists.
vous avez mal,
Chronic pain.
douleur intense,
Pain.
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 Douleur.
La douleur chronique.
The psychology of pain.
un effet placebo.
Intersection of human and animal pain.
L'hypnose médicale.
Par exemple, en physiothérapie,
Arthritis.
qui souffre de douleurs liées aux relations sexuelles, croyez-vous qu'elle va s'exprimer?
Je vous parle des différences en tant qu'individu.
Après 16 ans, j'étais en rémission.
Faites-leur comprendre qu'ils ont un pouvoir dans leur traitement.
Let them know that chronic pain in children exists.
Let's face it, details. These negative were so common that we're examining.
On est déjà de retour de pause. Petit fait cocasse, je viens tout juste dans...
So we're back. We're back from the break. I forgot my mask. I'm sorry. This is the bad habit. We feel bad, right? So it's a great habit to have right now. Yes, I made an introduction for you. And by the way, we received 1 million comments. Louise says, thank you, Guylaine, for daring speak openly about fibromyalgia. You are a voice. You help people understand who we are, what we're going through. We have another feedback. And again, I want to stress this for Jasmine. She was really courageous via her presentation. Danielle says, I do admire you, Jasmine. You are such an inspiration. Bravo, you helped me a lot. So I'd like to let you continue. I won't name everyone because we have a lot of feedback. I have a small droplet here that's going down my cheek. So thank you. You've said too much already. Thank you. Let's get some additional feedback in the meantime because we love them. If you're at home, you're still with us. Thank you for joining us. A lot of people are watching us. We get a lot of feedback. We love that. This is interactive, a session. We wanted you to join us. This is not possible, but you are on the other end of the phone line. I love it. Thank you for your feedback. I got some comments on my Facebook page in link with today's moderation. So you do encourage me. So you are super nice people. We've had a great evening up to now. A lot of things have occurred. We were smiling about a few things. We were astonished by some things. And we were motivated by other elements and topics. But the night is young. So if I may say so, let's continue right now. Let's imagine, what if we could switch off neuropathic pain? If there was a small button for that, we would press on that button. She's a member of the Quebec network of student researchers on pain. She is an undergraduate student in physiology and mathematics at McGill University, and she's the youngest speaker tonight for this PAINtalks edition. Remember, we have a small competition. Again, I told you about it at the beginning of the evening. This is not over. You will vote at the end. And so she's admissible to this competition. She could win the first award as the best presenter for PAINtalks. She will tell us about the technological breakthrough in the field of research on neuropathic pain. So please welcome RQECD will now speak.
I'm going to start by describing a feeling I'm sure you're all familiar with. The warm summer breeze gazes our skin and generates an immediate sensory response. Almost instantly, sensory fibers at our periphery send a signal along a nerve fiber towards our central nervous system, and we perceive the movement of the wind. However, in some conditions, this normally painless stimuli can cause adverse painful response. This is called mechanical allodynia, and it's a trademark symptom of neuropathic pain. Now, as a neuroscientist, the way I go about understanding mechanical allodynia is by asking the question, what goes wrong? Specifically, what are the molecular and cellular changes that differ from a normal condition and a mechanical allodynic condition? Only by understanding these changes can we think of ways to reverse the mechanical allodynic effects back to the normal conditions so that we can alleviate some of the pain felt by the patients. Now, to begin, I want you to think of a neuron as a miniature electrical device that receives thousands of inputs from upstream neurons. And this neuron will take these inputs and sum them up, and if it reaches a certain threshold, it will send out its own output signal to further downstream neurons. This intricate biological network is comprised of millions of different pathways and components. This is what makes isolating for one specific subset of neurons to be exceptionally difficult. Now, in my lab, we are focused on studying mechanical allodynia, and we have been able to find a specific pathway that connects touch inputs to pain projecting neurons. However, in between these touch inputs and pain projection neurons, we have a gatekeeper neuron. And under normal conditions, this gatekeeper neuron is inhibitory and it keeps the gate closed so that touch inputs can't reach pain projection neurons, so we don't perceive pain depending on light touch. These gatekeeper neurons are connected to a connector neuron that further downstream connects to a pain projection neuron. And because this gate is closed, there's no signal sending to the pain projection neuron. However, in neuropathic pain conditions, this gate is now open. So depending on touch input, the connector neuron will then communicate with further downstream neurons that communicate with the pain projection neurons and activate them. So that's why patients with mechanical allodynia feel pain depending on light touch. So our theory is that if we're able to close this gate again, then we'll prevent the touch inputs from activating further downstream connector neurons and then activating the pain projection neurons at the end. So another thing to note is that neurons communicate through signals, and these signals are fired at different frequencies. So we ask ourselves, is there a way to find the optimal frequency range of firing so that these gates can remain closed and we can help alleviate some of the pain that's felt with mechanical allodynia? And I present to you today a recent advancement in pain research that's based off the idea of precise control of a specific subset of neurons. Essentially, with this tool, we'll go through the pain projection circuit and either turn on or turn off the same subset of neurons. So with this, we can turn on the neuron and see what kind of behavioral effects it elicits. However, we can also turn off these neurons and see if we can revert back those behavioral changes back to normal conditions. So there are two components that are involved in this tool. The first is optogenetics, and optogenetics has been gaining widespread recognition and versatility ever since it was first used 30 years ago. Essentially, it takes light stimulation and converts it into electrical impulses in the neurons. So with this, we impose our external light frequency stimulation, and it would translate to the frequency of stimulation through electrical impulses in the neuron. And with this, we're able to modulate and impose frequencies that we decide on the neuron and see if it elicits any behavioral changes in our freely moving mice. However, we go one step further and we develop an additional adjuster to our switchboard. Now we have an off component. This is used with chemical inhibition, and we're able to combine both optogenetics and chemical inhibition in one tool to target the same specific neuron. And with this tool, we're able to see to turn on the neuron, fire it at different frequencies, see the behavioral changes in the mice, but also see if we can reverse those behaviors using the chemical inhibition. And this elucidates the physiological role that specific neuron plays in the pain processing circuit. The potential of this tool to treat different disorders is extensive. Our hope is that by studying pain processing circuits at the level of isolation that lets us repair and engineer specific neurons, we're able to target and develop treatment modalities that are able to improve the lives of neuropathic pain patients everywhere. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup à RQECD.
Thank you very much, RQECD. Before continuing on, I'd like to thank the special partners, the research funds from Quebec and the research institutes in the field of health from Canada, and also La Présentabilité. To continue on with this program, this is funny because in music sometimes we believe that it's in the blood. It runs in the family. You know, people sing because their parents sang. And so, again, there's somebody in the family that sings, like your mother sings and so on. It runs in the family blood. So it's similar here because earlier I had the opportunity to introduce to you La Mère, and we always say that the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. This is the son of Professor Lafrenaye, Professor Lafrenaye's son, and she told you earlier about, she was filled with passion. We saw it through her demeanor. Physically, we felt that, and I feel that we'll find the same thing back here. Physiotherapy in the field of chronic disease. What are the roles pertaining to this? He's a resident at Laval University in physiotherapy. He's the first medicine student since the beginning of the PAINtalks that made a presentation. This is a specialty that's not well known, physiotherapy. This is a specialty that for many people, it may not mean anything, but we'll have explanations tonight. I'll be the first one to know about this. What are the roles and the objectives of that profession? If there's chronic disease, what can the physiotherapy expert provide? So he'll tell us more about physiotherapy and he'll let us discover his profession. I'd like to introduce to you Marc-Antoine Lafrenet-Dugas. He will take the floor now.
Eh oui, comme ça vient tout juste d'être mentionné, je suis bel et bien.
This has just been mentioned. I'm a resident in the field of physiotherapy, and again, I'm used to. Go ahead. I mean, it's rare in my life that I can say that I'm a resident in the field of physiotherapy. Usually people say, oh yeah, well, that's interesting. What do you mean by physiotherapy? I'm here to tell you more about it. Physiotherapy, what is it? What role does it play in terms of chronic pain and how we can be useful for you? More importantly, why physiotherapy is not well known. The most likely reason for that is that people cannot meet with us. The main reason is that we're not a lot of people studying physiotherapy. At the beginning of my presentation, there were 24,475 doctors in Quebec, of which 10,000 were family physicians and the rest are specialists. Compared with other specialists, 425 ortho specialists in Quebec and only a few physiotherapy experts, and only part of them work in the field of chronic pain. Because of all of this, in Quebec, if you want to meet with us, usually it takes a reference, a recommendation from a specialized clinic in the field of rehabilitation for chronic pain, or you need to be given a recommendation from a doctor. Now, it doesn't tell you what we do on a daily basis. I just told you a little bit about it, but physiotherapy, what does that mean? We're called physical and readaptive medicine in Canada. Physical means this is our field of expertise. We are experts in the musculoskeletal apparatus. This is about our emotions, how we move, our muscles, our joints, and our skeleton. Our specialty is about rehabilitation. We are the medical specialists in the field of rehabilitation. We do all types of rehabilitation. For example, medullary disease, skull trauma, and for amputees and so on, CVAs and so on, chronic disease and so on. This may be sounding clearer, but it's not useful for you maybe. So why would you come and see us? Because of our field of expertise. Do you need us to find the source of pain? Do we really understand well what we're treating? A patient comes in because they have pain in an arm, for example. It can come from different places. It can come from ligaments, from tendons. It can come from the bones, from muscles. It can also be originating from the nerves. This is not problematic for the arms necessarily, but it can be problematic at the back level and can generate a pain at the arm level. This is just to talk about the musculoskeletal apparatus. There could be vascular sources for the pain or heart issues. For example, when you suffer from a heart attack, you may have pain in the arm. So we have to find what's not working with the structure, even though you've identified the pain. Is it broken? Then, in such a case, we'll call upon our orthopedic friends to see if this can be repaired, if it's broken. Now there's a compression which prevents motion to happen. Should we have a surgery for that? Or should we start with infiltration considerations, or is there any swelling? Do we believe that there's autoimmune inflammatory disease that would justify for our rheumatology colleagues to deal with that? Or is this just wear and tear because we've used our knees during our life for working, or maybe somebody overtrained doing sport? Maybe it's physiotherapy or kinesiology that might be the solution, or maybe we're talking about a prosthesis which might be used eventually. So physiotherapy may not be the specialty that will treat you necessarily. Our objective is to identify the cause of the problem so as to give you the best possible guidelines for treatment. We're not the only specialists in the field of musculoskeletal apparatus. Physiotherapists are great. Specialist doctors also, but usually this is for complex cases when you have patients that have not behaved accordingly to some specific treatment. Unfortunately, the realities were more complex than the small doodads I've shown you here on the screen. Another reason why you would come and see us is because we're specialists in the field of rehabilitation. I give you an example here. Mr. Dugas is a diabetic. Okay, in my example, for instance, this is Mr. Dugas. Maybe he manages his diabetes well at home without needing anyone. It's possible that Mr. Dugas has faced some difficulties with diabetes and he needs a nutritionist for support or a family physician to help him with his glycemic index monitoring. It's possible that Mr. Dugas is having a complex diabetic situation. He cannot control that and he needs a full team specialized in the field of diabetes, comprised of a pharmacist, a nutritionist, pharmacist to purchase medication, and endocrinologist to make sure that there's no underlying cause here, and the family physician also part of the team. Same thing for chronic pain. Some patients will be able to function very well at home without needing the help from anyone in spite of the pain. Other people will need some support to remain active. Visits, they need to appointments with a physiotherapist, the acupuncturist, the family physician. Some people are just they have too much pain, so they've lost functionality. That's when a rehabilitation might be suggested. Some people will ask me, why a rehabilitation? Well, we have to see chronic pain as a new condition. You were not born with that pain. I'll draw a parallel with other patients that we might see in our practice, for example, amputees. So, Mark comes to see me because he's lost a part of his limb. The leg has been chopped. Okay, something's missing. Okay, as a physiatry specialist, I cannot replace the part that's missing, and so this is a matter solved, and that's it. Next, this would have simplified my studies, but it doesn't work like that. He will have to undergo a complex process. There will be a prosthesist, a specialist that will fix the prosthesis. He'll meet a kinesiologist, an ergotherapist, a vocational specialist, and then the assessment needs to be right. That's why we have a physiatry expert, and then an orthopedic surgeon maybe will have to be seen. And after the rehabilitation, we'll have a patient that will be able to start again doing his old activities at the maximum level of efficacy. Or maybe Antoine comes to see me because he's got a pain in on one of his legs. Maybe he needs help with his rehabilitation. It's not because I'm not seeing his pain that there's no underlying problem beneath. And so to give medication may not be the solution, because it's possible that I decrease the pain with Antoine, but he may not be able to resume his activities with residual pain. Sometimes you need complete specialized rehabilitation with a physiotherapist, with an ergotherapist, and a kinesiologist in order to retrain himself to move with pain. He'll see a psychologist to discard focusing on pain. He'll see a psychiatrist to make sure that there are no counterindications to movement and so on. He'll need medication adjustment, so he'll see a pharmacist, and will need a family physician intervention for the follow-up, so that at the very end we can resume physical activities. The objective of rehabilitation is to relearn or learn how to manage pain so that you can resume your old activities, the things that you like doing, play with your little children, or being a volunteer, playing with your dog, and so on. During the rehabilitation, the pain remains the same, but there's a way to gain back control over your pain and remaining functional. It's not all physiatry specialists doing that. We need specialized or specialty clinics in the field of chronic pain rehabilitation. So my goal today is not to list thoroughly everything, because things vary from one region to another. There's discrepancy between cities. My goal today was to remind you of the role, and to remind you of a different role than that physiatry plays besides chronic pain. What should you remember from my presentation? We experts in physiatry are experts in the musculoskeletal apparatus and rehabilitation specialists. I would like to remind you that we're only 92 such specialists in Quebec, and only some of us, a handful of us, is specialized in chronic pain. We can't see everyone. This being said, if you believe you need help to gain clarity on a musculoskeletal apparatus diagnosis, if you have a complex situation in order to be able to find the source of pain, if you need help with your rehabilitation maybe, and perhaps you're at a point where you need to get a unique chronic pain diagnosis, will be pleased to help you. The next time you meet with a resident in the field of physiatry, which may not happen tomorrow, I hope that at least you'll know a little bit more about what this entails. Thank you.
Marc,
Marc-Antoine Lafranediga, thank you. It was so interesting for this dear presentation, as you mentioned it earlier on. Yes, we liked it. And yes, it was very helpful because honestly, I had no idea as to your function in that field. And however, it's so important. At what level actually can you help somebody like me who suffers from fibromyalgia? If I show up in your office, what can you do? Can you do something for me? Well, actually, you have to understand that we're not the last line. Our role is to identify as possible pain source. If we are not sure, well, maybe we can meet you, check whether we can change medication or treatment, but we won't be a specialist to add some medicine or to develop this. No, that's not our role. We are really specialists in readaptation. Whatever the kind, we want the person to become functional again and to resume with their activities. So, if you are super functional, I don't have anything to add to you. Well, I would go to your office if you don't mind, just to have a talk sometimes, maybe between two shows. Why not? Do you have any question for us, Carmen? I show you moving close because that's the girl who looks at her on her social media, and she has many questions to ask. Yes, I have several of them. So over time, we heard about medicine, readaptation, rehab, and it's also a word related to other professions. So first questions, would you feel at least to make a difference between a physiotherapist and a physiatrist? I was expecting actually this kind of question. You know, both specialties are complementary. On one hand, some patients were referred to us by physiotherapists because they tried to attend them. They didn't really know. As a physiatrist, we have access to IMGs and so on. And we also have access to treatment and medicine that the others don't have access to. But in physiatry, we refer also patients to physiotherapists because they're very good in taking charge of some issues. If we say there is no counterindication, I don't have any time to show you a adaptation program. I have other patients, and physiotherapists are very good at that. So we have a very complementary work, actually. Oh, thank you. Now, next question. Let me select it. Another interesting question. When should we decide to actually go to a physiatrist? Oh, good question. You know, you have to check about the objective, the goal of your meeting. If you want us to find a solution to alleviate your pain, that's the wrong door. Do we know what we are treating? Do you know what we are treating? You have pain in your arm. Maybe we can find a pain source and change the direction of the medicine. Or maybe we have to help you readapt. You want to resume your activities and you cannot. You can show up. But it's a special at clinic and not all physiatrists. So obviously the upcoming questions will be hard to answer to. So the answers won't be concrete all the time. So we will actually, well, if they are too vague, tell us. So one of them is, if it's very hard to get an appointment, can any other person help us out at the medical level? Well, let's say, you know, appointments are naturally very hard to get. Well, I cannot talk about everywhere, but waiting time are quite long, yes, because we are not that many of us and we have plenty of demand, of requests. So. But as I mentioned, you know, family physicians are very good. You shouldn't underestimate them. And when they feel don't hesitate, they will turn to us. So start with a physiotherapist, family physician, and if it doesn't work, I try to see you at some time. Well, see you at some point, yes. As soon as possible, obviously. Yes. So another question. They ask for your phone number. She doesn't say why, but well, we will. Well, mommy, you were not supposed to ask that question. Oh, come on. So another more serious one. No. What kind of clientele do you meet? Do you see more in physiatry? Well, obviously we see very different clients, but usually we will have plenty of people with backache. It was mentioned earlier on. It is very often, so we see them very often. But also we meet some patients. We have had pain for a couple of months. We tried out some treatments, didn't work, and we tried to go around the trouble and check whether there is something else. But most of the time, neck ache, backache, those are the most frequent issues. Thank you. Maybe I'm going to ask a very last question that will be more vague. I don't know whether you'll be able to answer. Oh, no, another one. Is physiatry something well known elsewhere abroad? Is it more specialized position in Quebec? Actually, physiatry is well known elsewhere, but they don't use the same wording. We use that word mainly in Quebec. In the rest, it's physical medicine and rehabilitation. That's called in the rest of Canada. There is an association in the US and in Europe too. The mandate is not the same in all the different countries, but yes, you have physiatry elsewhere in the world. Thank you. And do you have as many physiatrists working in the public and private sector? Well, it varies quite a lot. We have plenty of semi-private physiatrists, so they will go in the public, but they will work in their private office. As for people specialized in private office, I don't know. I don't know them. Maybe there are, but I don't know them. We have many more people working in the public sector. Oh, interesting. Thank you. And the famous question that will be harder to answer. So you mentioned a few examples in your presentation as to you talked about adjusting expectations. So how can the people ask themselves whether they have to adjust their expectations, usually speaking? As to readaptation, yes, regarding the conditions, it's quite a vague question, so do your best. Well, through the example I provided, what I can say, the same with an amputee. We can actually propose a prosthesis, but some activities will never be able to resume. You know, chronic pain is a condition. Yes, we can improve, we can readapt ourselves, resume some functionalities, but some activities we will never be able to resume. And we have to have this kind of expectation. So aiming at alleviating pain is not only a solution. If an amputee thinks that his leg is going to come back, it will not. Can we readapt this, resume some activities? Yes, we can, and that's the mandate of readaptation, chronic pain clinics. So thank you. I will stop here because we have many of them. I have a more personal question. That's not your phone number, don't worry. But I'd like to know, because I saw your mother earlier on, I saw you now. When you were younger, a small boy, did you decide that you were going to do like your mother? The true answer, I did not want to be a physician. My mother had to work very hard to convince me. But it's over time and through the experience I'll be adapted. The story I was telling, I saw my grandfather having chronic backache, and he would tell me I would go to you, and he never stopped having a backache. And I decided I wanted to help those people resuming this kind of activities, like playing ball with my grandfather. So that's why I wanted to help the people resuming with their activity. Oh, that's a nice story. Thank you so much for answering our many questions. The phone number, well, you will be able to send it in private, to send that to the lady. But meanwhile, thank you very much, Marc-Antoine Lafrenaye-Dugas. Thank you so much. It was very interesting. Enjoy your evening. So now, how to change yes, we're to change the pain memory. Yes, we are talking about alleviating pain, but how to change a pain memory? We remember that if we had a hug, we had pain. We remember a memory. Sometimes we can even feel that pain again. So she is going to talk about it. Andrea Depelto is studying a PhD at the Calgary University, and she is working as a pediatrician. She is a rep of CPS, so the Canadian Pain Society, and she was selected in a contest where only the members of CPS could apply. Several people applied from Canada, actually. So she's going to talk about the impact of memory on pain among children. You know, children remember the pain. We know that already. But the more the children remember the pain, the more they can actually feel a pain in the future. The parents can change the pain memory of their children by talking about the past pain, by reframing any excess of fear, and by highlighting adaptation tools and whatever positive happen meanwhile. So earlier on, I don't know whether you remember that as Professor Lafenet, whether I did a good work with my children, because usually when my daughters hurt themselves, I tried not to minimize the situation, not to exaggerate it. So I didn't want them to remain with that in their head. If you fell down on your back and we are the four of us with you, there's a small scratch and it's a big drama in the family, I'm not sure you're gonna resume riding your bike. So I suppose you'll answer my question. I suppose you'll be happy to hear about this too at home. So I let you with Maria Pavlova, our next speaker.
Let's face it, pain is inevitable, especially when you're a child, falling down on a playground, getting yet another needle, or having a headache. Whether we want it or not, pain is a part of childhood. Good thing it's gone and forgotten quickly. Or is it? Turns out children do remember their pain for a long time and in very different ways. How so? Well, let's imagine a bucket of water, where the bucket is children's memory, and the amount of water is how much pain they remember. And let's say there is a flu shot. For most of kids, that flu shot would fill up the bucket, let's say halfway. And importantly, it will stay that way. Those kids have accurate memories of their past pain. Some kids have leaky buckets. With time, there's less pain and less fear that they remember. This is a positive memory of past pain. That's exactly what we want. But for 1 in every 4 children, the bucket is overflowing. Those kids remember more pain and more fear compared to the initial experience. So, it's no wonder that when there is a next flu shot, those kids will be more scared and will actually feel more pain. It's unsettling to realize just how much power our memories hold over our future. And it is hopeful because we can change our memories. Remembering anything is not like flipping through a box of old photos. We don't have cameras in our brains, much like the one recording this presentation right now, perfectly preserving every moment as it unfolds, every word and every gesture. Remembering anything is an act of creation and recreation. What our brains store is only a core memory, the crux, the essence, the heart of what happened, its most salient piece. When we recall a memory, either in our heads or when talking to someone, well, actually, especially when talking to someone, or as we say, reminiscing, we can elaborate on that memory. We can embellish it with little details. We can remove or add things. We can create patterns and stories. We can make sense of what happened and why it happened. In crafting the tapestries of our past, we're changing our memories. But what about kids? Who can change their memories? The answer, as you probably have guessed already, parents. Decades of developmental research have demonstrated that the way parents and children talk or reminisce about the past influences how children remember the past. The more little contextual details that children tend to forget the parent can bring into the conversation, the more engaging and supportive of their child the parent can be, the better. That is, more accurately, that child can remember the past experiences. And past painful experiences is not an exception. Yet, when parents and children come to our lab, I sit them down and I ask them, now, I want you to talk about a past painful experience as normally as you usually would in your living room. I get confused stares. Parents are looking at me in disbelief. You want me to talk to my child about past pain? But it's pain. It's in the past. What's there to talk about? A lot of parents don't really like talking about past pain. And when they do, they don't really know how to. They're focusing on the most salient part of the past painful experience. The pain itself. Honey, did it hurt? Was your throat sore? Did the needle sting? Weren't you in pain? Children are being bombarded with reminders of the painful sensations. And their memories probably are changing, but not in the way we want them to. So, our team came up with a simple recipe for parents to use when they're talking to their children about past pain. Let's see what we came up with. To do that, let's take that overflowing negative pain memory and let's change it together. First step, remove any excess fear. If your child is saying, Mom, I was in pain for hours, I cried and cried, and you remember that's not exactly what happened, say that to your child. You don't want to lie, but reminding them of what actually happened is the key. Honey, I remember you were in pain, and I remember you cried for about 10 minutes, and then you were all better. Step 2, feel the memory with anything and everything that happened that was positive and happy, such as getting a friendly nurse or a lollipop after the shot. Step 3, wrap the memory in everything that helped the child to cope with pain, such as getting a Band-Aid or a hug from Mom. And, most importantly, don't forget to sprinkle some bravery on top. Honey, you were so brave, and I'm so proud of you. And there you have it, a changed pain memory. When we came up with this recipe, we were so excited to share it with parents everywhere. And, as luck would have it, we had a group of parents and their young children. We were following them. And kids were scheduled to undergo a tonsillectomy, a small surgery with big pain afterwards. If you don't have your tonsils, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So have the parents use the recipe when they were talking to their kids about the tonsillectomy and post-surgical pain. And the other half talk to their kids about the surgery as normally as they would. And 1 week later, the kids whose parents used the recipe remembered less pain. Whether or not this recipe will help the kids to deal with future pain, to cope better and be less afraid, well, that's a fascinating question that we're examining right now. So stay tuned for the results. But for now, what I would encourage you to do tonight, when you go home and be with your child, take this recipe and use it with them to discuss past painful experiences so that they remember less pain. Thank you.
Wow, je trouve que c'est tellement une belle recette.
Oh, wow, that's an unbelievable recipe. She talks about this as a recipe. That's wonderful. We'll keep that in mind. Thank you so much, Maria Pavlova. It was so interesting. So now we will move on to a topic that I know quite a lot. I live through this daily. I've done my own studies and I have had my own findings. But tonight I have to tell you that I learned a lot and it's very helpful. I have the feeling that I feel better thanks to this. So adapting to fibromyalgia is a major challenge. Yes, she's a member of QNJPI. She's an ergotherapist as an occupational therapist as training. And she studies at the University of Chicago. So don't forget, she is eligible to the breast presentation of the contest. She's here to talk about fibromyalgia and also to let us know why some people with this condition can keep on with their activities, whereas it's harder for others. So a study on characteristics unique to the person and their environment help them understand better this phenomenon. So earlier on, I told you that I receive many questions that people wonder, how can you do your work? You are on a stage for 2 hours with high heels, you move and run around, you dance and so on. The following day, you show up elsewhere. I don't know. I don't know how I can do it. And that's what we may be learning with what Andrea De Pelto is going to talk about tonight. So I'm very eager to hear what you have to say. So what does it mean to be healthy? For some people, being healthy is not having any illness. But being healthy is much more than that. It means having the physical, psychological, and social capacity to act in their environment and to accomplish the roles we intend to assume. For instance, for me, being healthy is to be able to be a sibling, a daughter, a student, a friend, and an occupational therapist, and to do some sport. So what will actually disrupt this role performance? You know, there are many times in our lives when we need to change our routine. Sometimes we will have to add activities, sometimes we will lose some of them, or we will have to change them. We call these occupational transitions. I even have been through some of them since I was born. As I showed, when I went to school first, I learned how to become a school student. Then when I left my home, I had to learn how to cook, to take care of my home. And then I left university to get into the working environment where I became an occupational therapist. And more recently, as many of people, we had to change our routine because of the pandemic. For some of you, it changed the way of working. Some even lost their job. But as for me, it changed my leisure activities. Recreational activities. Maybe at home you had a transition, whether because you had a new child, you lost family member, you retired. For me, I would use Westphalia. Those are occupational transitions that will explain why we change our routines. Among the transitions that we will live through, some will be foreseen or hoped for, such as having a baby or moving into a new house, getting into a new job, but some other transitions are not foreseen, such as losing a family member or a pandemic, or even discapacities such as fibromyalgia. What I want to show you is that whether it's expected or not, life is no longer as it was. When I think about when I left my family, I had to adapt myself, even though it's something that I was looking for. That's the same with people with fibromyalgia. For those people who know about this, it's a condition that goes together with pain. That's the main symptom. The people will have pain in different parts of their body, such as the neck, back, arms, and legs. What many people don't know is that there are many other symptoms that accompany the pain. 90% of the people with fibromyalgia also have trouble sleeping and fatigue, and it might be even worse. So at least 3/3 of the people have mood disorders such as depression or anxiety, and some people will also have cognitive difficulties such as issues related to memory and orientation, for instance. What interested me during my master's degree was to know why some people will adapt more easily to fibromyalgia than others. So in occupational therapy, we want to look at things in 3 different fields. So person, occupation, and environment. Those 3 aspects I wanted to include in my project. And I'm going to show you the more interesting and less interesting issues to keep my routine, depending on the person, their environment, and occupations. So without further ado, we'll start with the person. We know that each and everyone has personality traits, and according to the studies, people who are more competitive, positive, and perseverant will adapt more easily as compared to people who tend to be less motivated. So what will happen is that the motivation will diminish according to the symptom and the personality. And then, as I mentioned earlier on, there are plenty of different symptoms, pain, fatigue, and it's not the same with everyone. Some people will feel a lot of pain, others less, and it can be intermittent or punctual. So those who have less symptom and will adapt themselves more, whereas those who have more intense and frequent symptom, it will be harder for them to adapt. It goes together with some feelings. Some people will feel guilty not to be able to do some activities, whereas others will feel frustrated. And then we have different identity challenges. We know that we actually define ourselves according to our activities relevant for us. So if we lose our job or our leisure recreational activities, it will have an impact on the identity. What happens with fibromyalgia? It's important for the people to understand that among some people, it will take several years before getting the right diagnosis. So the fact that you have a diagnosis will help the people to get a better understanding. Whereas it's not, those who have not their diagnosis right away, it's harder. Now, the environment, the physical environment. It's been shown through studies that the people who have activities closer to their home will tend to go on with them. However, there are some barriers. If you think that our working environment cannot welcome us, it will be a barrier to go back to work. But there can be also climate change issues. Obviously, if it's slightly or it's colder, the people will tend to stay more at home. The social environment is also very important. The fact that you have the support of a life partner is a key element in adapting to the fibromyalgia. However, some studies have reported that in a family with young children, it was harder for them to fully understand the condition of their parents. So, still, the fact that you have supportive colleagues and friends was another very favorable factor in coping. So I was quite surprised actually through my studies that the relationship with healthcare professionals was most often reported as a challenge. We know that fibromyalgia is a complex health condition that is still not well known, and health professionals may not be well equipped to help clients, and this is why I'm here today. Another reason why I'm here, it's also that through the studies actually the people with fibromyalgia feel little understood by the population. And finally, there are 2 poles represented in the study. Some people may actually keep on with their activities, whereas in other studies, some people say that they felt trapped by the pain and they had more difficulty accepting the loss of autonomy. As to the activity management, it would change from one person to the other. Some will change their schedule. Well, some person who lost their job started actually volunteering in part-time. For other people, it's very hard to be a parent, a spouse, or a worker. It's too much for some of them. So what is very positive in all the different studies was the use of self-management strategies or time management, such as setting up a schedule, applying ice or heat and self-massage, and energy management strategies, such as using micro breaks in activities. All those very, very relevant strategies that would help the person maintain activity. Finally, what did I understand about the process of adapting to fibromyalgia? First of all, I understood that there is a broad spectrum of experience. So whenever we know somebody with fibromyalgia, we don't know all of them, however, which is why the influence of personal components is very important to take into account. So usually whenever we see a patient, we have to understand that there are specific personal interests, values, roles that are more important for them than for others. So you have to take this into consideration. I also remember the support of the importance of having a social environment. So it's very important for the people who have fibromyalgia. It's important to be well surrounded, and for the people surrounding them to be a support to them. Finally, regarding occupation, it's very important to have a routine and to have plenty of activities that encourage us to wake up in the morning and stand up. And so you can use different strategies that help you manage your symptoms to go through your routine. So, which brings me back to the beginning. The fact that you can have different hats, that's also some being healthy. Which brings me to the context of pandemics. You have to ask yourself whether you are healthy and you do actually the activities that you like. So actually, for me, the beginning of the pandemic was harder for me, but over time, I'd say that it goes on well. But I don't know, as for the upcoming transitions, maybe I will be able to retire in a van, and I don't know whether I will have a diagnosis in the future of fibromyalgia, just like Milan. But however, I leave you with good news. Whatever happens to us, we can keep on doing very important activities, and if we have a hard time, we can find different ways to do the activities in different fashions. And if it's hard, there are some professionals like occupational therapists who can help you. Thank you.
Andre.
Okay, so I won't let you leave like that, Facebook like that. I was thinking about the impacts of fibromyalgia, and I like the term that you've used because I don't know how to name it. This is a disease, but it's not a disease, it's a condition. And so I will use this. It's not a disease, it's a condition. Really, it's not an illness. I tell people about it. I'm not ill. This is not a disease, but it's a condition. What I'd like to know is why on a given day. Let's say today I had to wake up at 5 a.m. because I was shooting a show. This is for TV, a TV program in Montreal. But now I'm here with you tonight. So I have pain, but it's not enough. It's not preventing me from being with you tonight, this evening. But why tomorrow morning I might get up and feel totally different, but I'm I'm the same person. I'm the same. I have the same routine. I eat the same thing every day. I'm the same lady. Why my body eventually collapses and then it comes back? There are many reasons for that. For occupational therapists, occupations are really important. Just the fact of saying that these are significant activities, to have important activities, pleasing, pleasure-like activities. If you're captivated by that, you're not focusing on your pain, so you can better manage on your situation because you're remaining active, doing things that you like with pleasure. But when you do too much in a given day, you're paying the next day for that excess. But there are some pain crises that might occur for fibromyalgia. We don't know if it's a system that's stopping the pain. Is it because a non-regulation situation, or maybe the body is scared? In fact, and then there's no danger. Besides the fact that there's no danger, still the body is scared. And so to maintain the right balance in your life, this helps you also to be more in the middle of the extremes. And then you can focus on something positive and with a healthy, active lifestyle. It's true that when we do something we don't really like, we feel more the pain and we focus more on the pain. But to change your mind is really soothing. We have a lot of feedback. Carmen is coming up pretty soon with a lot of questions. But this foggy mind of mine, in my mind, sometimes it's blurry. I'm not the only one saying that. What is this phenomenon? Why is it foggy? And at the end of the evening, I'm looking for words. Sometimes 2 words want to come out of my mouth at the same time. What's happening then? I haven't talked about that in my presentation. There's a term that exists a lot in the literature. We're talking about fibro fog. It's really a fog. In French, it's le brouillard. It's the fog that comes with fibromyalgia. Some people will have cognition issues and difficulties. It's all the processes occurring in your mind. Focus, how you organize your thoughts. Some people told me that in a car, for example, orientation was hard. Driving at the end of a day, for example. All these components where you feel that there's fog in your mind. As you said it, this is part of the symptoms. It's part of the cognitive difficulties. Some patients of mine told me, oh, I thought I was going through dementia, or I felt like an Alzheimer patient. But it depends. This is part of the different variety of symptoms that are part of the fibromyalgia situation or condition. And some doctors and specialists are not even aware of this extended spectrum of possibilities. I'm so angry sometimes because I don't know what's going on. Can we do anything to get some support? You may find some strategies. Notice when this is happening and have some breaks before those times. Difficulties are reinforced, re-strengthened again when you're tired and so on. Try to determine when you have those foggy episodes and design some strategies to cope with them. Is it during the morning, at night, in the evening? It depends. Sometimes it's in the morning, sometimes it's in the evening. It's writing and noting when things like that occur and strategies and all that. Fibromyalgia, it's not just about taking a pill, the magic pill. I would like to have a magic pill because I'm in a hurry. I want things to work the first time. I don't want to wear 20 different sorts of creams or lotions on my skin. If I could find this magic formula solution, I would wear it, from the tip of my toes to, the top of my mind. But again, I didn't have that foggy mind when I was young. So now I feel it more. I didn't go through crises. Now sometimes I'm trembling because I'm going through some turmoil with pain, sudden pain. Sometimes I have some heat waves. I'm so invaded by pain. It's like my body's boiling. And people at home, you'll say, oh my God, that girl, she's going through a lot of things. Yes, it's true. But then we have beautiful events like that. Because without that condition, fibromyalgia, I wouldn't have been invited here to tell you about what's coming. I'd like to invite someone now that I loved a lot. I learned to love her so much. It's our little Carmen. Come to the podium. With the questions that we have, people being active and listening. Yes, they're extremely active. We won't be able to answer all the questions. They didn't let go of this opportunity. They availed themselves of this opportunity with a lot of questions. Sylvie, according to you, Andrea, this is from Sylvie. How can we tell about our condition to an employer without making him scared? With a health professional giving you support. In my conference, I talk about fibromyalgia. You get inspiration from a role model like Guylaine, and you can explain your condition, what this entails. Maybe it's not always there. It's not as intense always. Some days are more difficult, maybe. And so the idea is to come up with alternatives to propose. For harsher days, harder days, can I work from home, telework, but maybe I can take breaks whenever I want, whenever I need it, with more comfortable solutions. Coming up with concrete solutions, and you can tell your employer about it, then he's not going to be scared because people don't know much about that condition. And then people will wonder, is the person just lazy? They don't see that. It's important to explain those things so that people understand you. If you say, today's not a good day for me, things are not working, I'm having a bad day, people should not be shocked and angry because of that. Why is she working from home and I have to go to the office? You have to tell about these things so that you can explain that to your colleagues so that people understand your situation. Sometimes we don't feel at ease with my kids and with my husband. You know, I had planned to do something for today, now it's not working. Acceptance is important. Sometimes you can just smile and say, oh, no problem, we'll do it some other time. When you can have that support around you, this is quite a relief. It's worth thousands of pills. Sometimes it's not that people are crazy around you or they hate you. No, it's just that they're ignorant or they may not know about this. So the idea is to feel welcome, to feel hosted. So it takes a certain time to explain these things. This is a complex topic, right? It takes a while to talk about it also. Now, 2 questions that I'll put together now. I'm trying to find the name here. We'll let go of the name. Julie. Julie is asking us. Her rheumatologist talks about an orphan condition when referring to fibromyalgia. This is not well understood. I'll join this with another question. This is a challenge for health professionals working with people that suffer from fibromyalgia. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? This is something that I notice in my practice when I have patients with fibromyalgia. People don't know from what end to consider this. Some people have more psychological issues. Some people suffer from physical pains. And it's hard for professionals because some deal more with physical ailments and then they get fibromyalgia patients with the same type of thing that Guylaine is saying, you know, the fog. And some other professionals are not at ease working with physical symptoms or challenges. During my whole master's studies, I was trying to find the right diagnosis for fibromyalgia. Some criteria had been set in the 90s. This was reviewed in 2010. There's an article that was published in 2019. So thus, being able to find the key components regarding diagnoses, this is still an issue being discussed. Fatigue, pain, it's always there. That we know. But still, there are no hard and fast absolute criteria. I did research on that. So during my master's writing, you know, I was talking about diagnosis, and so some doctors see a variety of conditions on a daily basis, so they're not aware of all the breakthroughs. So it's hard for them to recognize what this person is going through and what's the condition. If we had a blood sample, and then let's say we could officially know with a blood sample that it is what it is, that it is fibromyalgia or whatever, but we're not sure of anything sometimes. You see one doctor, he tells you this, and then you see another doctor, and he says, I'm not sure it's that. I would maybe believe that it's something else. So you're always questioning yourself because this is always challenge. It's never an official diagnosis, so it's hard to live for patients, for the people living with that, and for professionals. So I saw a study, and a lady had to undergo 19 years of suffering without knowing exactly what she had. It's even more suffering. It's harder to live because it's as if it's not been diagnosed officially. I hope one day you'll come up with an official study so that we'll be able to talk more about this in an event like this in an evening. Last question. I'm not supposed to ask this question. I'll be brief, but we have so many feedback questions, and they're all super interesting questions. I'm sorry if I didn't take your question, but fibromyalgia, briefly, it impacts who? More specifically, men or women? Amarita is one of the people asking this same question. I haven't mentioned this during the presentation with Guylaine. We have a good example here. It's women from 30 to 50 years old that have this fibromyalgia symptom, more likely so. But it can also be present with men, teenagers, children. Also, there are no criteria which are absolute. There's no rule that says it should be just for women, but usually it's women from 30 to 50 years old. I told you that I did a presentation for an evening for the Fibromyalgia Association. And at the time, we could have people attending in a theater. Do you remember that time when people actually attended an event in a theater without having to wear a mask? Anyway, at the time, there were 2 men only in the room. These men were suffering from fibromyalgia, and they said, nobody talks about us men. It's sad, but it's because the majority of the people with fibromyalgia are women. I read that in the literature. It's more like a woman type of ailment, and men don't feel identified with this fibromyalgia. Do you have any other questions? I have a slew of questions, but we'd still be here on Christmas Eve and still addressing those questions. There are so many. Thank you so much. I'll remember this evening. We've had beautiful questions and answers. So this is soothing. And I hope you're taking a lot of notes at home and you're wondering, oh my God, I never dared talking about this. And now finally, at last, we can talk about it tonight. We continue. This is not over. Thank you so much for still being with us. You're so fast with all of your questions. This is so lively. This is extraordinary. We've had some conversations. Peer support groups. Okay. We have a master's student. She works at the dental faculty of McGill University. She'll tell us about the peer support, the importance of that for chronic pain, the support group for teenagers living with scoliosis. So we're going beyond statistics, numbers, and we will explore the experience lived by teenagers living with scoliosis while they learn to manage the suffering related to their disease. We're the Curved Girls. It's a support group according to the peer support model. Marie Vigoureux is our next speaker, and she will talk about peering into peer support groups.
There's a lot of knowledge and expertise about pain. There's even this really great workbook that's called Working Together When Facing Chronic Pain. It's been written by over 50 chronic pain experts. There's about 400 pages of information, all backed up by academic and scientific sources. And it's really great. The goal of it is to help people living with pain to understand the mechanisms of their pain, but also to be able to find ways of coping with it and live a better life with it. So something that's interesting is that throughout this book, the idea that peer support groups are useful for people living in pain is peppered in really quite liberally. In fact, every patient testimonial in the book is actually written by somebody who is a part of a community support group. So if we dive into this book to see what exactly are the benefits of peer support groups, this is what we see. So we've got about 2 paragraphs, no clear referencing, but there is one link. Let's go see what this link tells us. So it's actually a broken link. There is no redirection. This is basically the end of the line for anybody wanting to learn more about peer support groups with chronic pain. So we tell people living in pain that peer support groups are a good thing that they should be seeking out, and yet we really don't have that much academic or scientific information about it. Before we go any further, I'd like to really emphasize how isolating it is to live with chronic pain. I've conducted interviews with people with various types of pain conditions through various projects as well, and one thing that keeps coming back is just how alone they feel. In one of the very first interviews that I witnessed, conducted by my now supervisor, Dr. Richard Hovey, one participant shared a quote that has stayed with me until now. "I don't have one single friend who understands my situation." Let's differentiate chronic pain from suffering due to chronic pain. Chronic pain in this presentation is an umbrella term that includes any pain that you've had for over 3 months. Pain, when we're talking about pain in this presentation, is really the unpleasant physical sensation, whereas suffering is the quote that we just read together. Suffering is what happens in your mind, and some might talk about soul or spirit due to the pain. And to speak to that, the available literature estimates that up to 66% of people living with pain will at some point experience suicidal ideation. That feeling of being alone in the world is a recurring one for people living in pain. Whenever I conduct an interview with someone living in pain, I know that I'm going to get one iteration or another of, "People don't really understand." And the impact of that is huge, because in the same breath, I might hear something like, "Oh, that's why I don't really talk about my pain to people," or a much more extreme version like, "That's why I don't see my friends anymore." So pain isolates you, which makes you feel more isolated, which isolates you more, which makes you feel more isolated, and it just spirals down really quickly. Support groups, though, are proof that there are people who understand what it's like to live with pain. In my master's thesis project, we're looking at the impact of peer support group Curvy Girls on teenage girls with scoliosis. And whenever I conduct an interview with them, I just wish that I could bottle up the moment where they tell me how it felt when they found Curvy Girls. One participant in particular described herself as quite socially isolated. She reported having few friends and was doing distance learning even before COVID started due to her back pain. She explained to me just how good it felt to know that she wasn't completely alone in her situation. And so there's a need for us in the chronic pain community to shift our understanding of care and healing to include not only the times in which people are in direct healthcare, so going to medical appointments or tests, but also the times in between those encounters. Remember, pain isolates. So it's hard for people in pain to just get out of the house and socialize while managing their pain on their own. So some might say, oh, well, activities like massotherapy or physiotherapy might get them out of the house and help them with pain. But I would argue that these are still medicalized relationships. And so even in their time away from direct healthcare, people living in pain might still see themselves as pain patients. Where are their own opportunities to socialize with people who understand what it's like to live with pain, but without the power differential of healthcare provider to patient relationship? And perhaps that would be the biggest gap that could be filled by peer support groups. Now, I can start hearing in the room the thoughts of clinicians, psychologists, psychiatrists, clinic directors thinking, well, I would love to create a peer support group for my patients. Anecdotally, that doesn't always work. And because of lack of data, we're not sure why. But we can theorize that a peer support group originating from a clinical actor again becomes a medicalized intervention and not a community initiative. One of the participants in the Curvy Girls interviews actually looked straight at me through Zoom and said, young people like you and I, we just don't trust people over 30. Now, as a 32-year-old myself, I was really flattered. But more importantly, what this quote highlights is the importance of the in-group when it comes to advice and emotional support. What this participant was telling me was that she trusts the advice of other teenage girls with scoliosis more than she trusts the advice of her care team when it comes to living well with her situation, with her condition. It's really hard to take advice from someone who has very little in common with you and who may not even share the condition that shapes so much of your life. And this suggests that empowerment and belonging are key aspects in ensuring the success of support groups. Now, if you're still with me, you'll have noticed that I haven't talked about our research approach when it comes to these projects. We are using Gadamer's dialogical hermeneutics. If I haven't lost you yet, I don't want to lose you now. What this means is basically just to make meaning through conversation. So if you've ever discussed a book in high school or a movie with friends, or even said the words, well, to me, this song is about such and such, you have practiced dialogical hermeneutics. In the best of cases, you've shared your perspective on a topic with the person or people in front of you. They've done the same, and those perspectives have enriched one another in order to form what Gadamer calls a renewed horizon of understanding. In other words, you have taken a turn together. And so we use this approach so that we, as the chronic pain community, can take a turn together in how we discuss peer support groups for people with pain. We also use this approach specifically to ensure that the stories of people living in pain remain central to the research and the discussions. To conclude, we tell people living in pain to seek out support groups, but we aren't sure how or why they work. In order to gain that understanding, we need to dive beyond scales and numbers and truly look at the lived experience of people living with pain. By understanding the mechanisms that takes place in these groups, we can actually knowingly, we can understand what makes them successful, but we can knowingly offer one more self-management option to people living in pain. Because let's be clear, peer support groups don't aim to reduce pain, they aim to reduce the suffering caused by pain. By demedicalizing our approach to chronic pain self-management, support groups can play a pivotal role in connecting people in pain back to their community and helping them achieve a renewed sense of purpose. Thank you.
Merci infiniment, Marie Vigoureux.
Thank you very much, Marie Vigoureux. This was so interesting. Time flies tonight. We're approaching the end, but this is not the very end, my friends, yet. So we hope you like what you've seen. We've kept the topic for the very end. Pain, is that a sexist term? Is pain sexist? I'll do this on your behalf. Maybe you wouldn't have dared to mention this. He's a scientific director at Lucille in France and an associate professor at the University of Sherbrooke. He was VP for scientific affairs at Genome Québec, scientific researcher for the Quebec Fund, scientific researcher at University de Sherbrooke University. He's written a lot of articles and books on pain. His research is on neurophysiological mechanisms that are in charge of development, and chronic pain persistence are some of his topics. He'll tell us about the role of gender and of sex for pain, the importance of taking into account sex or gender for pain treatment. Women are overrepresented in the majority of pathologies which lead to chronic pain. This phenomenon seems to be accounted partly, at least, by the role that sexual hormones play on the pain modulation mechanisms. Moreover, since the majority of studies on pain have been conducted by men, with men, treatments have not been customized vis-a-vis the women. The new clinical approaches thus must ensure that there is great representativity of both genders in order to make sure that there is pain processing equity or pain treatment equity. Now we want gender equality for women, and even for research we have to opt for that. He'll tell us more about that. This is Professor Serge Marchand. Serge Marchand will tell us a little bit about pain. Is it a sexist term or concept? Good evening. We'll start immediately. We'll talk about a very, very important topic. Is pain sexist? If I'm asking this question, it's because the answer is yes. You might doubt that, right? Or not doubt that. But the real question is between men and women. Who is more sensitive to pain? The challenge will become more significant then. We'll ask, who is the softer one? Is it men or women? Who suffers more when there's pain? And I ask people, raise your hand. In groups, for example, you can raise your hand. Women will say it's men. The best example, it's the men's flu. You know that if men are more impacted by the flu. Ask nurses who passes, when there are cases, it's men, not women, who seem to be weaker, more softer. Anyway, science doesn't seem to be that clear. When we conduct lab tests and when we use stimulation, which is called nociceptive stimulation, we use a thermometer on the arm and we create pain and we heat things up at a certain level, heat level, and we know it's painful, and we use the same stimulations for women and men. You know what? The majority of cases, and the greatest majority of times, women feel more pain than men. Contrary to everything that we thought about up to now, it seems that women are the softer in the sense that their pain threshold is lower. If you look at studies here, you can see the bar here, the pink one and the blue one. When we look at studies, in order to reach the same pain level, we have to provide less intensity, or again, if we use the same intensity regarding stimulation, in the majority of cases, women suffer more pain or feel more pain. This is not a struggle. This is not a fight. The idea is not about knowing who is right or wrong. The important thing is to know that this exists. The underlying question here is significant. Why is this useful? Why women would suffer more pain than men or feel more pain? To start with, let's look at other meanings. When we consider the 5 senses, we realize that in many ways, at least in terms of the olfactory system, in terms of the gustatory level, women have a threshold which is lower for the same intensity and stimulation. If you have a smell which is low in intensity, or you have a taste change of low intensity, women will have a better score than men. So if you wonder if milk is sour or not at home, ask a woman. She will smell it or taste it, and you'll be more likely less prone to drinking milk that turned bad. It's true for vision and hearing also, maybe less significantly, but it's still present. But unfortunately, even though senses seem to be more developed with women, it seems to be the same thing with pain. Women feel more pain than men. But why is it so? Where does that come from? What's happening here? One of the possibilities is to think about what happened at the very beginning of development, human development, the first men and women. The traditional roles were characterized a little bit like animals. On the female side of things, for animals, the role of the female in animals is to protect the environment, mainly to ensure that children, that babies will be well protected. So how can we protect your environment well if your senses are not acute, if they're not very perceptive? If I taste something and I suspect that this must be harmful, I'll prevent others within the group to eat it. If I feel that it's too warm, I'll prevent other people from drinking that. It's phylogenetic as a role for male. It was about hunting and fighting, and the threshold pain had to be a little bit higher so that you could continue struggling and fighting without feeling the pain. This is for the prehistoric times. That's our history. But when we compare genders today, men and women, if we look at the activities that they do, it's about the same things. We no longer need those changes, but the evolution didn't occur in 2 days. Sometimes we see that with new studies. We see that this apparently appears in a couple of years. But a lot of things in evolution take a lot of time. If you look at their nervous system, which is the same as the one from people who lived 10, 15, 20,000 years ago. But our activities are pretty much the same. So it means what? That for pain that we could qualify as being clinical, whatever pain we suffer, women are overrepresented, which means that we find more women with chronic disease for any type of chronic disease, pretty much, whether we talk about musculoskeletal pain, neurogenic pain, when the nervous system is impacted, and so on. And you've heard earlier in a conference that fibromyalgia, it's a very, very classical example. We find way more women than men, even though men are impacted and suffer, we find more women again, but this is not the only pain where we find more women.
So we understand that it happens more among women. We know it's more often. We think that we understand the evolution. But what is surprising at the end of the day is to realize that all the studies and researches conducted over the last 100 years were done mainly in both male and male animals. And one of the reasons I can tell you, because I'm old enough to remember the first researches I conducted, is that we said, well, the female have a cycle, the women have a cycle, so we cannot test them at the opportune moment. So what we would do, we will turn to male rather. And we will actually, when we'll find a treatment from the based on the data, we will adjust the dosage depending on the weight. So if it's a big man, it will be a higher dosage as compared to a smaller one. And according to the weight and the height of the woman, we will also adjust the dosage. What is important to remember is that women are not little men. There are biological differences, very significant differences between men and women. And we can say that the researchers conducted among male and male animals do give the same outcome as compared to women. But what explains, once again, how can we explain those different biological factors? Indeed, yes, socio-cultural factors, psychological factors, but in our environment, we are always faced with these factors. How can we actually succeed in controlling them? One of the ways to control them is to do some research in animals. What we can do is that we can subtract the social-cultural facts by giving the same conditions to both male and women. Look at what happens when we compare men and women. We're talking about rats here. Look, the curves are reactions to pain. In black, those are male, and the white dots are females. Exactly the same animal results as compared to the humans. It's interesting because since it's the same findings, we can manipulate some things, some treatments, and check whether there are some differences between male and females. The first question we can ask is, do the sexual hormone play a role? Yes, it's a good question. What can we remove them? In animals, we can remove the parts from sexual parts from male or women, castrate the rights, and then sexual hormones will gradually disappear. Look at what we find. Superposing curves. It doesn't mean that it's only because of sexual hormones, but it clears that sexual hormones do play a role in our reaction to pain. It's very interesting, but when we propose to men and women to castrate them or remove their ovarian from many different questions, they refuse. You know that we wouldn't do that. It would be terrible, ethically speaking. But what can we do? We can at least look among the women what happens when there is menstrual cycle, monthly cycle. It's interesting, menstrual cycle. If you look at the menstruation, post-menstruation phases and so on, we see that estrogen and progesterone do modulate quite a lot. And we can see what's the upcoming reaction. The pain is complex. We will not delve into the details, but you've seen many interesting conferences. But in pain, we have triggering factors. So the pain will be amplified by the nervous system, but you also have a mechanism that do actually slow down the pain. Like firemen, they will stop the fire. So we thought that the sexual hormones would actually help at stopping the pain. And look at what we did in red during the menstrual cycle. We diminish this. We see that in the luteal, so post-ovulation. But look, during the ovulation, the breakage is rather more important. And we may wonder, is it more important among the men or is it comparable? Look, when we compare with male, during the ovulatory phases, men and women have the same kind of breakage, but the rest of the time the system is not as powerful, and it might be related to sexual hormones. And it's very important because it can actually lead us to ask questions as to the role of the hormones. But among humans, we can go even further. People were born and don't well, their gender doesn't go along with their biological sex, and ask for a gender change. That's what we call transsexuals. So those are men who will receive estrogen, progesterone, or women who will receive some testosterone. And we studied some of those patients with a colleague here in Cherbourg. And look at the findings. Those are preliminary data, but for 4 or 5 subjects, we are quite impressed. See, in blue, the pain threshold of in rows, you see the level of pain. As we've seen earlier on, the threshold is lower among them, so they have more pain for the same temperature. But now let's pick women who took female sexual hormones. Look, the response is closer to the one of women, and the same if women received androgen and testosterone, we have the same kind of response as men. So it's important for researchers, but you may wonder, yeah, that's interesting, but what does it change in the daily life of clinicians, for instance? So we may ask the question, does it change the response to the treatment? And the answer is yes. Actually, some research showed that for medicine as important as morphine and opioids, the response is not the same. So we have to adjust the treatment according to the height and the weight, but also we should take into account the sex as well. And we're only starting at that level in the research, and maybe we'll do that in the clinic at the end of the day. So as a conclusion, several factors may be involved: biological, psychological, and social factors. The way we will talk to girls and boys is very relevant, but the most important, we have to take sex into account in the pain treatment, and we have to remember that women are not little men. We have to make sure that we have a good equity in the pain treatment. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor. It was so interesting. Well, you don't know, you don't know, but my husband is in the backstage, and he was supporting me morally tonight. He was together with me, and I heard him laughing because first you talked about man flu. Everyone knows about it, but the whole vision that you have is so true, so real. Yes, you base your stuff on studies, but when we talk about hormones that play tricks to us, it's not an idea that we have in our head. It's real, yeah. Yes, indeed, and it's important to know about it. You know, when we see this kind of situation that is part of our reality, we shouldn't say, well, us, it's a pity, it's good or not. We just have to recognize that it's there. So just before the menstruation, it's not very good idea to have a very painful activity. Maybe at the time my fibromyalgia will increase, will get worse, so I have to adapt according to this. Well, that's funny, you know, because I feel that in my cycle with the fibromyalgia, with the crisis and so on, and I thought it was something in my head, you know. We talked about this very often, what's happening in our head, and it's real. Yes, it is completely real. Let me give you another example. I've seen many women and men with fibromyalgia, and I did conferences in support of those patients. And I remember something that struck me. A woman told me that when I was pregnant, I was asymptomatic. I thought I was over, but unfortunately, once I stopped feeding my child, the pain came back. So as you see, it's related to hormones. Some women feel better when they take an ovulant, and others says no, it's not my case. So I guess everyone has to adapt, but we have to take these different things into considerations. Well, then, according to you, the arrival of menopause in the life of women, is it going to trigger some changes? I'm not talking about myself, obviously. No. In many years, you know, when it would happen to the fourth menopause, yes, indeed. Among some women who suffer from chronic pain, among themselves, I see the pain going down. There are not so many hormonic changes. Unfortunately, among others, not the case. So it varies from a person to the other. But you have to wonder, was there any change related to the hormones? Because you have some hormonal treatments, and those in some cases might be a good idea. Well, it might be an option for me because I laugh a lot, but yes, menopause is part of my life right now, and I feel it. You know, the pain, the change somehow. Something is going through my head. Carmen, do you have time? I see you with your sheet. Do you have any questions? For me, well, no, not. I cannot answer any question. Yes, I still have questions, but you were actually answering some questions. That's why. So, and just finish. No, actually, I let you go because my questions, I've already asked them. I know enough tonight, I guess. So we had questions regarding menopause and the anovulants as well. So I do believe that some people had an answer tonight. Another question. In the light of data on transgender people, can you go even further, for instance, regarding the cultural aspect as well? Yes, indeed. You know, you have groups. Well, a disease that was really impressive to me, that's different from fibromyalgia, but that really is the irritable colon. It happens very often. And amongst some people in India, it's mainly men who suffer from that. And here it's more a woman who has spastic colon or irritable bowel. Rather, it could be something else related to food, bacteria that you may find in some places and not in others, but that might be related to culture. So yes, indeed, culture plays a role in the way you will explain your pain. If you express your pain by being frustrated because you shouldn't do something, well, it may even amplify this feeling of other perception of pain. Oh, quite interesting. Another one that will go even further. Veronique states, I wonder whether women, even though according to your findings have a lower pain threshold, is there a mechanism to regulate pain, help them to adapt better to pain? One thing, what you have to understand is that when you don't have any chronic pain, to have a lower threshold is the benediction. You know, pain is a tool of protection that is quite relevant. The reason why we are not dead today is because we have pain, because when you are a child, you keep on hurting yourself and you learn how to avoid many things, how to protect yourself. So the fact that you have a lower threshold is not very negative, but when you develop a chronic pain, it's unfortunately. And yes, the mechanisms are very strong among men and women. But what is so interesting to retain, if you do sport, you increase the efficiency. But you pick up two people who do a lot of exercise, you compare men and women, and you no longer find any difference. So the fact that they are physically active helps a lot. Wow. I will get back to a topic you mentioned lightly. You mentioned about anovulant, but we are talking. But so the people, what? How come the hormones will change the perception of pain? Is it estrogen or testosterone? Well, it's a very good question. It's very complex, but I'm going to be very simple. You know, estrogen and progesterone. Well, estrogen and progesterone unfortunately seem to curtail the braking system. It's like if you had a car with brakes and they don't brake that good. So if you are on a flat road, that's fine. But if you are on a steep, then you will move forward. It's the idea. If you have chronic pain, estrogen will actually not help you curtail. Testosterone will diminish the mechanism, the fire that's testosterone that's moving. And it's true both among men and women. So anovulon, which are anti-hydrogen, not to have acne and so on, that's not a very good idea, actually, because it will impede actually this kind mechanism. We don't have that much fire in the body. And then the estrogen, testosterone and so on do add up to neurotransmitters and to neurons as well. We produce the equivalent of sexual hormones in our nerve system, so it has an impact on the nervous system, obviously, nerve system. So, Serge Marchand, we may keep on discussing with him. I look at the time, it's well over 9 o'clock, so I'm not going to ask the other question, even though they were very interesting. I will let you move on, and I leave the stage. Thank you. And she's right, we could have kept on talking for hours. And I'm really impressed. You are so interesting that even if it's late at night, we still have many other questions. It's a good sign. Thank you so much, Serge Marchand, Professor. Thank you. It was very interesting. Thank you for attending. The 5th edition of PAINtalks is already over. That's unbelievable. I don't know at home how you feel, but here, as I can tell you, it was a wonderful evening. I'm very proud of for accepting this small challenge in my life. Yes, it is a challenge for me. I'm very proud for having accepted, because it's a winning feeling, and it's very important for me in life. Obviously, I'm not over with this pain. I still have the fibromyalgia. I would like to leave it here if I could, but at least I will live with a lot of hope. And we have a feeling that we are left aside, that there's not many research to help us. But I think that tonight we proved the contrary. We proved that there are people who are there for us, who are worried by our condition, by our small hurts, and even youth are interested and concerned. And I guess it's even better than daily drug. It helps for our more. And I suppose that at home you had the same feeling, how relevant we felt. Very often we feel neglected and forgotten. But tonight I feel like a very important person. I had the feeling that everyone was interested in me, spoke about me with their skills, obviously. So thank you. So obviously I don't want to forget anything, and I don't want to forget anyone. Thank you, first of all, to all of you for being here from the beginning and the end. From the beginning to the end. And thank you for your questions, very interesting questions and feedback. And I'm sure that we could have kept on hours. So Thank you so much for attending this event tonight. Thank you to the whole organization of PAINtalks that has been working quite for a long time for this event. I can tell you I felt that on stage, and I do receive comments on my phone while I work in the back or on stage, and it's a success. So you worked very well. Thank you to all of you. Thank you to the technical team. You don't see them, but there is a technical team that's been here, and they will leave after us. So thank you so much to all of you. You worked very well. It's a pleasure to be working with you. Thank you to our speakers. You were so interesting. You all had a specific, a unique way of explaining things so that we can understand them and we can feel them. It was an outstanding evening. Thank you. Thank you to our partners too. Obviously, if we can organize such an event, a free evening, a free show, that's because we have people in the back who are ready to help us out with their funds. So it's very important. Thank you. Have a nice evening. Good night. And I hope that just like me, you will live with a lot of hope in your heart and your head. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for being with us. See you soon, hopefully. Thank you. Thank you.